Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, 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 mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. I'm gonna keep hollering mic check till somebody let me know something, man. I don't want to get started unless somebody let me know something. Need y'all to get active in that chat, man. Get active in the chat. What's good, what's good, what's good, what's good? Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. What's good, L Boogie? Okay. Say the mic good. How everybody motherfucking Christmas Eve going? I hope y'all having a good Christmas Eve. Hopefully y'all ain't went out and spent too much money, especially if you know you ain't got it. You could have held back. So hopefully y'all are up for another down the Wabbit hole. Are y'all ready for another down the Wabbit hole, or y'all want some ignorant shit? I can get into some ignorant shit. I just ain't feel like it today. So is y'all ready to go down this Wabbit hole again, man? Everybody get your harness. Everybody got their harness? Because once we get down here, I'm going to have to pull you back up. You might have to pull back out of that Wabbit hole, man. It's a lot that's down here. I already know. It's a lot down here in this Wabbit hole. So y'all let me know that y'all ready to go down this Wabbit hole, man. We could get our harness together and get on down here. This live will not be for the weak. If you are, strong on your faith or your belief or whatever, don't torture yourself by sitting here. Don't come in here and cry to ears and say, oh, man, I love my this and that. I'm not trying to diss y'all religion. I'm not trying to diss anybody's beliefs, any of that stuff. We're just going down the Wabbit hole. All we're doing is pulling up ancient texts. We're pulling up things that have to do with science, physics. We're going off of things that are written in stone. We're going off of the evidence, the fact and the evidence, whether you like it or not. And if it's not correct, it's not correct. We're just exploring. It's just exploring, people. Earz is not trying to be your spiritual teacher. Earz is not trying to tell you what to believe in and what not to believe in. I'm not telling you what's real and what's not real. All we're doing is exploring. Everybody understand that? All we're doing is exploring possibilities. Everybody reads the Bible. Everybody, over years, everybody has read the Bible, your Quran, whatever book that you read, whatever you believe in. Everybody don't mind, listening to the tales that we hear. We read, everybody done read the Bible, and you done heard about giants. You done heard about angels. You done heard about devils. You done heard about demons. You done heard about all of the stuff that you don't see today. So everything that you ever learned, it never was proven. It was always just, you just got to believe. You just got to believe. So what we're going to do today, we're going to do more than just believe. We're going to, we just want to go into the ancient texts, what people reported, what people had to say. I got a good bit of videos lined up for y'all that I'm going to react to, and y'all can react to too. Y'all can tell me what you think about them. I did drop the link. Now, I dropped the link, and if you decide to come up, please stick to the subject. If you come up here and you go to talking about one of these goofy ass niggas from this sector, I'm gonna kick you off the panel. Do we all understand that? Let's just make sure we all understand that. I dropped the link in case you want to come and contribute to the content. But if you come up here and you start talking about one of these goofy ass niggas from this sector, I will throw your ass off of the panel. I'm not gonna warn you nothing. I'm just gonna drop you. You're just going to be talking, and then next thing you know, you're going to be dropped. I don't want to hear about none of these niggas. If I want to hear about them, I'll talk about them today. I'll watch their shit today. I don't want to hear about none of these niggas. So, let's make sure that's clear. All right. Again, please, nobody get offended. I'm not disrespecting anybody's gods. I'm not disrespecting anybody's religion. Y'all know where I stand at when it comes to religion. I am not religious. I'll just leave my position out of it. You know what I mean? But, like I say, let's just go ahead and explore some things. So, first thing I want to explore, y'all. Let's start where we stopped on the last live, right? On the last live, we finished up our live. Well, we started off our live by talking about energy. Talking about collective energy, talking about how the energy that you carry, the people that come around you, all of that stuff matters. It's all energy. You know, you feel it around you when you go outside. You feel the air that you're breathing. You see the birds flying around, and the minute that you pierce the body, all of that energy instantly leaves. So we all understand that we are made up of the particles of the earth. I think we all agree to that. Can we all agree to that? That we all are made up of energy particles of the earth? Now, how did we get here? That's the biggest question. And a lot of these questions have started off of, we're in the holiday season. So what made me start, I felt like going over these videos because we were in the holiday season. We were coming across Christmas. And Christmas is one of those seasons where everybody is all in this certain type of spirit. Everybody hollering about Merry Christmas, and this is the day of Jesus' birthday, happy Jesus' birthday. And we hear all kind of stuff that, we're like, I don't know if that's true or not, but hey, happy Christmas anyway. Happy holidays, everybody. Be happy anyway. I'm not saying like your holiday, you celebrating the holiday makes you a bad person. I ain't saying none of that. I just like to live off of the facts. You get what I'm saying? Because we all feel like we believe in a higher power. Can we all agree to that? We all understand that there is a higher power. Now, the problem we have is we all are confused, not all of us, but most of us are confused on what the higher power is or who the higher power is. If you ask the average person, if you ask a man gonna say God is a him. How many people feel like God is a him? You ain't gotta feel bad or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? We all are learning. How many people feel like God is a her? How many people feel like God is just an energy? It's not a him or a her. It could be both. But if we go off of what we've been taught, we've been taught what's in the Bible. We hear him. We hear, it's always him. It's always something about a man. We pretty much hear that women are supposed to be, from our rib. So they're supposed to be, pretty much, we're supposed to be their leader. We've heard all kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It just depends on who you were raised by. Your grandparents, they only knew what they were taught. And so on and so on. A lot of people will tell you, hell, we forgot what our religion was. We were given the God. We were given this and this and that, this and that. And a lot of that is true. So we're just gonna find out what the truth is at this point. The truth or the facts. The facts are backed by evidence. So let's go over some evidence of what God is. Are we celebrating God when we're celebrating Christmas? Because what we went over last video was December 25th is the birthday to a lot of different people. A lot of different people. Jesus is not one of them because there's no record that Jesus was born on December 25th. So, but in American culture, everybody say Jesus' birthday is December 25th. So we debunked last live that Jesus' birthday is not December 25th. But we do know who birthday is December 25th. Do anybody remember who we found out who birthday is on December 25th? Without any question of a doubt. Do anybody remember who birthday we found out it was on December the 25th? I'm going to give y'all a little second, just in case. Oh, there we go. There we go, Mika. Nimrod. So we found out that Nimrod's birthday is December 25th. Now, we didn't go too deep into who Nimrod was, but we did find out that Nimrod was a motherfucker. Literally. Nimrod was the grandchild of Noah. We all heard about Noah, how he got all the goddamn birds and the giraffes and all the shit, and they put it on the boat before the Great Flood, right? Then when the Great Flood was over, Noah was supposed to be the only one left, right? Noah was supposed to be the only one left, Noah and his family. So Noah and his family was the only one left on earth. He had a son named Ham, and then he had a son named Nimrod. Well, actually Ham had two sons, but one of them was named Nimrod. Now we find out that Nimrod married his own mother. And when Nimrod died, his mother claimed that a tree grew from the ground, from a stump, and that was a sign that Nimrod was still, in the world. But we can't slide past Nimrod married his mother. So we hearing incest, and we are celebrating the birthday of a motherfucker that practiced incest. Am I missing something? Are y'all in agreement with being celebrating incest? Celebrating a motherfucker that claimed that he was the king, claimed that he was God, but he wasn't? I'm not celebrating that shit. Y'all can celebrate it. That's fine with me. Keep that incest shit over there. Hey, look, for real. Now, I mean, I'm not making up shit. We looked at the text, right? Did y'all go fact check Earz? Please, if you hear Earz say something, please go fact check. Please go fact check and come back and say, Earz, you was wrong about this. So we found out that, Nimrod was who they were celebrating. And over time, the church decided, hey, we don't want to get rid of the pagan holiday. What is a pagan holiday? Pagans, they worship gods. The pagans worship other gods. They worship multiple gods, right? Now, then we had to go ask ourselves, who are these gods that the pagans are worshiping? Who are these gods that the pagans are worshiping? That's what we had to ask ourselves. Because Christmas is a celebration of another god, right? So we want to see who, and then, all these holidays, they all kind of worshiping a certain type of god. We see it all on the Egyptian walls and all of these gods, all these huge human beings that we don't see no more. We seen a dude holding a fucking lion. So we asked ourselves, who are these gods that these people were praying to? These people, who are these gods that, the Bible was talking about? So then we went and did a little research, and we seen that who were perceived to be gods were the Anunnaki. We went back and looked at the Sumerian text. The Sumerian people were the first people who ever documented human history. They spoke of these beings that came from the sky. They were tall. They were sent here by a divine leadership. So they came down as from another planet or from another creation, but they had superior power. They were all in line because they were all following the lead of somebody that the humans couldn't see, but they were answering to someone who was more superior than them. So they were not gods, but they were way more powerful than the people that were on earth. That's what we find out. This is what the text say. Even the Bible say this. They said, make them in the image of us. We will make them in the image of us. That's what they said. That's what the Bible said. And we all want to know, who the fuck is us? Who the hell is us? And they were so big and so powerful. If right now we seen some big ass powerful motherfucker come out the sky and they got a technology we ain't seen, we probably would call them God. So we found out that these pagans, these people, they were worshiping other gods. And we want to find out who those gods were. We found out that they were part of the Anunnaki. Now, the Anunnaki is a word used for many gods, right? These people understood how energy works. These people lived for thousands of years. When they died, then these Anunnakis decide to make a human race, a slave race, because they were mining for gold for their planet. They made a slave race, which is pretty much us, right? After they made the slave race, the women that they made out of this slave race, they felt like, oh, those women look good. So they started fucking the women, the human women, these so-called these Anunnaki. They started having sex with the human women. And when they had sex with the human women, they created an abomination. They created giants that weren't supposed to be here. Those giants ruled the world. They ruled over all the humans and all that stuff. There was abomination. They were eating humans. There was so much violence on the earth that God felt like, hey, man, this can't be happening. According to the text, right? When these giants died, their spirit, their soul could not leave this earth. They could not leave the realm. And we're going to find out more about this. This is the second part of the Wabbit hole that we didn't go down yet, but we're going down it today. When these giants died, their spirit could not leave the earth. Their spirit was bodiless. They couldn't come into another giant body. But these spirits of the giants, of the Nephilim, they are known as, can anybody tell me what the spirit of a giant is known as before I tell y'all? Let me see where y'all at. What did they call the giants, the spirit when they died? What did they call the spirits of the giants? There you go, Mika. There you go, Mika. Mika answered it for y'all. They called them demons. The spirit of those giants that died, they call them demons. Now, those spirits never go away, y'all. Just like energy never dies. Energy never dies. All it does is transfer. So the spirits of those giants are called demons. Everybody heard of demons, right? Now, remember when those angels, fallen angels, whatever you want to call them, the watchers, all of them came down to earth, they were all assigned to different nations. They was all assigned to different parts of the earth to rule. 20 of them rebelled. Those are the ones that start going with the women and start making these children that turned into Nephilims. When they died, like when the great flood and all the giants died, it was nothing but demonic spirits still around, right? And that's if you believe in spirits. If you believe in spirits. You might not believe in spirits. You might think all this shit bullshit. But if you believe the Bible said when those Nephilim died, the demons, their spirits were left. Those were demons, right? So what those demons need to do is they need a host. They need a host. And then when they get into a host has to sacrifice. A host has to sacrifice because the host might want protection for his people, something like that. And if you have a deity that has oh yeah, I forgot this part. Those Nephilim, the ones that came down to earth, the reason they violated God, did not want to forgive them because they gave humans. I'm gonna speak on that, Mika. They gave humans knowledge that they was not supposed to have yet. We were gonna get it, but we wasn't ready for it yet. And it caused the world to be wicked. Taught people how to make swords and armor. Taught people astrology. Taught people how to do a lot of things that God wasn't ready for us to know yet because we wasn't ready. We were babies. So all of those gods you see on the ancient texts and all that, those are the gods who rebelled against the original, if you want to call him God, but the higher power, and they came down here and taught mankind what they shouldn't be knowing. And that's just the principles of physics. Now, I think I kind of caught us up. So if you wasn't here on the last live, go check out the last live. You'll see this type of stuff we covered. We covered the energy, the collective energy of that the government uses against us to commercialize things like Christmas, Halloween, Thanksgiving, all of these holidays that we really don't know the source of, the origin of, but we celebrate them because they fun. Now, what we're going to start at right here is we're just about to confirm the physics of energy by one of the brightest minds that ever lived on this earth. So let's do a little history lesson of physics by Nikola Tesla. That way we get it from the best minds. Y'all don't like, oh, Earz, you ain't getting good research. Who else to research how energy works than one of the brightest minds that ever lived, Nikola Tesla. So I got this little short video here. I'm going to react to it, and we're going to learn a little something, and then we're going to move on to the next video. And y'all make sure y'all sit tight while we go down this rabbit hole. Make sure y'all put y'all harness on and follow Earz down the rabbit hole. Make sure you hit the like button on your way in.
No matter how I look at it, how much research I do, I keep coming back to one guy that stands head and shoulders above all other researchers and inventors of, I don't know, for how many centuries. And that guy's name is Nikola Tesla. He says, if you want to find out the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration.
If you want to find out the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Now, if Nikola Tesla knew this, don't you think the government knows this? Don't you think the people at the highest of the highest understand this? And I'm going to show y'all how all of this is going to, connect later, but we just got to understand this first. Because when we go to talking about the Most High, these are the fundamentals of the universe, the secrets of the universe: energy, frequency, vibration. So when we talk about the Most High, that's what we're going to speak in: energy, frequency, vibration, consciousness. That's where we're going at. We talked about collective consciousness. We're going to talk about consciousness at the end of the day, because that's what it's all about at the end of the day. God is consciousness. Can we agree on that, people? Anybody in here do not think God is consciousness? If you disagree with that, I want to prove to you something different. If you don't, cool. We're on the same page.
That's exactly what I've been sharing with you here. Everything in creation spins and vibrates. Everything has its own prime resonance frequency. Everything. And this is why.
Everything. 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 Say that again. Just for the people in the back, a little slow.
Everything in creation spins and vibrates. Everything has its own prime resonance frequency. Everything. And this is why once we can identify a prime resonance frequency of a bacterium or an atom or whatever it is, or a soccer field, we can then manipulate that object.
After you figure out the frequency to everything, you can now manipulate that object. Is that including a human? Would that be including a human, y'all? Once you understand the vibration, then you're allowed to manipulate. Would that include the human experience? I'm just checking.
With its prime resonance frequency. In Christianity, it's the word. In Hinduism, it's Om. The Egyptians believed the universe was sung into creation, and
what they said in Christianity is the word. What they say, you better learn your word. What they always tell you in church, it's the word. What the pastor say? The word of God. And y'all just think it's, hey, he just mean what the Bible say. No, this is how they trick you, y'all. They use vocabulary. And if you don't understand the vocabulary, you can misinterpret it. And that's what they mean to do. They mean to make you misinterpret. The church is part of that, trying to make you misunderstand. They ain't there for your understanding. Ain't no church telling you about the Anunnaki and goddamn all of the other shit. They tell you everything literally. They try to make you think that everything that they saying is literally. They do not break down physics. They don't break down the fucking, they don't break down nothing. No numbers, no nothing. No giants. They don't tell you about the giants. They don't tell you about shit. They just try to scare the shit out you. It's the word. The word. Why you can't break down that the word means energy? Why they never get in there and tell you about energy? What's good, 1-4? Why you never get in church and they tell you about energy and physics and Sophia?
To Hinduism, it's Om. The Egyptians believed the universe was sung into creation, and the original people of Australia, not the Aboriginal, so it's the original people of Australia believed that the world was created with 3 sacred songs. And then we have the phenomenal similarities between the 6 days of creation in Christianity and the word that created everything, the 6 aspects of Om.
6 days of creation, but then you have the 6 aspects of Then you have the 6-point star. Anybody know what that 6-point star look like? I seen a flag that got a 6-point star on it. So there's a lot of people who understand a sacred knowledge that the average person does not understand. What you don't know will hurt you. They say ignorance is bliss.
And the 6 aspects of the all-seeing eye of Horus.
The 6th aspect of the all-seeing eye of Horus. Y'all seen this. When y'all see this, a lot of people think this is the devil, some devilish shit. They be like, oh man, that's some satanic shit. They don't understand what the eye of Horus symbolizes.
And you start seeing the connections between all these ancient cultures and the creation stories. Sound is a source of all creation. Sound and resonance is responsible for everything.
Sound is the source of all creation. Sound. I need y'all to keep that in the back of your head. So when we get to the breakdown of Sophia, when we get to that part, you can fully understand. And it's going to sound just as crazy as the stories that y'all hear in the Bible. God said, let there be light, and then there was light, and it was good. Yeah, that's enough. That was enough for most people for their whole life. But when you hear another story that sounds just as magical, I don't want you to say, man, that sounds ridiculous. If you can believe in let there be light, and then the light turn on, well, you can believe any damn thing. Okay, 421 TV, I'm glad to be able to, keep you occupied while you're on the road, man. I know how it is. I be on the road. I be looking for something good to listen to. So I'm going to try to keep it good. That way, the people who driving and, need something to do, y'all can stay tuned in.
By now, you should know that sound manifests physical form.
Sound manifests into a physical form. Y'all ain't hearing me. Sound manifests into a physical form. That's going to come in important a little bit later, y'all. Now, he's about to show an example of how sound manifests physical form. This is science, y'all. This is physics.
And this is the most basic example. I just cannot get enough of it. I can watch it millions of times. Every frequency has its own specific shape, a prime resonance frequency.
Every frequency has its own shape. Now, look at how they're experimenting this. They're putting certain frequency and sounds and stuff, and it's creating a shape. If your vibration is low, certain sounds will help you heal. There's people who believe that you could be sick and you can listen to certain sounds and higher your vibration and heal you. Why do y'all think that certain music make you feel some type of way? You ever heard a song and that shit made you cry? You ever heard a song and that shit made chills go down your go through your skin? You ever heard a sound and it made your head hurt? You can turn frequency up to a certain level and it'll blow your goddamn head up. I ain't lying. Blow your eyes out. Do you know that the United States government understands that what sound can do? Do you know that they have a sound machine that if, say, like right now, a big old riot started and there's way too many people, right? Way too many people for them to handle. Do you know that they have a sound machine that they can tune that sound up to a certain megahertz and everybody just pass the fuck out? Do you know that they have that type of shit? Cause they understand sound and vibration. You could turn that vibration up so much, and the fucking blood in your the air bubbles in your blood will fucking explode. Cause you're made of certain particles. I'm not trying to scare y'all. I'm just telling you the truth. That's how powerful the universe is. That's how physics work. They understand. You might not understand.
Are you only looking at a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional effect. So the original people of Australia have a creation story that says time began when the supernatural beings awoke and broke through the surface of the earth. So imagine the surface of the earth being something like this, that metal plate being the surface of the earth, and the supernatural beings broke through the surface of the earth, and they created the surface of the earth with 3 sacred songs. This is from Hans Jenny's brilliant video, Cymatics. This is powder on a metal plate. It's not a liquid or a jelly, it's powder.
That's amazing, y'all. That's pure amazing. This is God. Look at God. That's what they say, right? Look at God. Sound is making the earth shape. What's good, Triple S?
You can see landscapes being formed here over extended periods of time. Mountains can form, valleys, volcanoes.
Happy motherfucking holidays.
All to do with the sound of the earth, coming out of the earth. Now watch that. The creators of the religious symbols knew exactly what they were talking about.
Exactly. The creators of religious symbols. Now, I found this out back in... My awakening started happening about 2012, y'all. You want me to go full string? I got you. I've been meaning to do that anyway. My awakening happened in about 2012, y'all. And I remember doing some research one time, and I went to when I was going to digital filmmaking school, right? So one of the first classes I had to take was I believe it was some kind of art class, right? And my teacher, she was from Ukraine, you know. So, but some of the exercises she had us doing, because she was, of course, we're in art school, we're digital filmmaking school, right? So we're learning how to put images in front of people to tell a story. Right. So one of the exercises we had to do, what's good, Slim? One of the exercises we had to do is I can't remember what these are called, but it's called, I think it's a geometric shape. So we had to make a geometric shape. And how you make a geometric shape is you make one shape, and then I think you put 2 or 3 shapes inside of each other, and they create like, I can't explain it. I understand it, but I can't explain it. And if people who've been in art classes or stuff like that, y'all might know what I'm talking about. But that's what these are. Like, because life, what she explained is life is geometric shapes. If you look at anything that has life in it, it has a geometric pattern. And I never thought about it till she said that. Then I started looking at everything in life and started seeing the generic pattern. Like, for example, go look at a leaf. Go look at a leaf, something that you never probably, ever thought about, saying like, oh, that's a leaf. You're so used to seeing it. But look at the geometric patterns on the leaf. And once you realize what you're looking at, and you see that, you're like, oh, shit. And y'all gonna think I'm weird. Look at like a dead insect. Because I know y'all ain't gonna look at a live insect. But look at an insect. Look at it real close. You'll see all type of geometric shapes. Like I've seen you can look at a caterpillar, a bee, a flower. Look at any form of life and you will see the geometric shapes. It's amazing. Nah, I ain't got high and saw this shit. When I went to school and they pointed it out to me, I just tested the theory. And I hit a certain point of my life because I had lost so many people in my life. Like death makes you start, thinking more and like getting deeper and shit. And I've lost probably over 30 people in my life, and I'm just being modest. Like, that's a lowball number. So death will make you sometimes reflect on life and have you a lot of times just sitting alone, observing. I spent a lot of nights, looking at the stars. Like, you got to get rid of all the noise. And I didn't realize that I was cleansing myself. So y'all ever heard the expression, when you're ready to learn, the teacher will arrive? That's a true statement. But back to the geometric shapes. If you look everywhere in the universe, you'll see geometric shapes, right? Now, the church, the old church, anybody with old sacred knowledge knows about geometric shapes. They know about vibrations. They know about sound. They know about the pineal gland. I might have said that right, your third eye. They know about things that you do not know yet. So if I know something that you don't know, I can control you. And that's pretty much the bottom line of what we're talking about. But I'm showing y'all what they use to control you. And when you are looking for who you are and what you are, you can read the Bible, but you got to understand it. You got to be willing to read outside of the Bible. You got to be willing to not be scared no more to possibly be wrong.
The source of creation is sound itself. And that takes us to what sound.
The source of creation, pineal gland. Okay, I got you. I say pineal. Pineal. Okay. Sound is the source of creation, and the people who create you know that. The people who watch you know that.
The creators of the religious symbols knew exactly what they were talking about, that the source of creation is sound itself. And that takes us to what sound does. Sound pretty much does everything you can imagine because it's a source of creation.
Sound does anything you can imagine because it's the source of creation. I want y'all to keep that in mind when we get to the story of Sophia. And
this brings us to using sound as a tool in technology. Sound creates light. It's very obvious. We know that God said.
Sound creates light also? Wow. Sound creates everything.
Let there be light, and you can do this yourself by
let there be light, then there's light.
Attaching a speaker to an LED light and see what happens. Royal Raymond Rife, you should know by now, that the man that found the cure for all disease with sound and resonance. It will convert to electric impulses, and sound continues to amaze us. Sound can levitate.
They didn't need sound to build a pyramid. Shit, you had giants. All the shit that you see that you couldn't move the way that, like all that shit, it was giants. Shit. But they did know the type of, they did have the type of technology that, yeah, they can move it around with vibration and sound also.
By now, you would have seen this many times. Just a very quick idea that sound actually does levitate things. But this is not how the ancients used to levitate the very big, heavy objects. This is a very different technique used here. This is just pressure waves that can levitate things, very light objects, but it does give you the ability to imagine that sound actually levitates. Sound creates hurricanes. There are two guys in 2003 that lodged a patent to create hurricanes out of sound.
What? Say what? In 2003? Y'all, did we just hear that?
Two guys in 2003 that lodged a patent to create hurricanes.
In 2003, somebody got a patent to create hurricanes out of sound. Now, who did that? Who would do some shit like that? Sound like some Elon Musk, Bill Gates type shit, right? Who would think of that, y'all? A method extract. So the government knows you can create tornadoes and hurricanes by sound. A method is to close after affecting for formation direction of a low atmosphere weather system. Auto generators are positioned to project sound waves toward a peripheral area of the weather system. The sound waves generate frequently to affect the formation of the weather system in a manner to disrupt, enhance direct formation. Sound waves can also be projected in a manner to cause system to produce rain. Wow.
It's out of sound, believe it or not. And I believe they were granted their patent to create hurricanes. And maybe this is how they create the weather for us, without us even realizing it. And this is where we start getting into the real understanding of some of the masters. And no matter...
What if you could protect...
Now think about if we just finding this out, motherfucker just doing this in 2003. What about when you didn't need a patent?
How I look at it, how much research I do, I keep coming back to one guy that stands head and shoulders above all other researchers and inventors of, I don't know, for how many centuries. And that guy's name is Nikola Tesla. He says, if you want to find out the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. That's exactly what I've been sharing with you here. Everything is sound and magneticism, and this is really important. So what most people don't know is, remember, sound, God said, let there be light. So it's sound, moving sound. Sound manifests as toroidal fields. Those moving toroidal fields create magnetic fields, which are toroidal fields as well. And moving magnetic fields create electricity. That's the sequence of events. But this tells us that because sound creates magnetic fields, it means everything must have a magnetic, must be magnetic in some sort. And in some sort of way. And if it's not, there's a very specific reason why it's not magnetic. So here's an example.
You might not think of water as being magnetic, but it is. And so are graphite, aluminum, and glass. Aluminum is a good example of a paramagnet. And so is oxygen, which is attracted to magnets. Here, I have a few milliliters of liquid oxygen, which sticks to the magnet. I'll explain why later. Gadolinium oxide and cupric sulfate are good examples of paramagnetic substances. Cupric sulfate is a salt that can be picked up by a magnet.
Here is a picture of an electron. There's a picture taken about a decade ago. They tell us that this is a light beam or electron riding a light beam. Can you see a particle anywhere in this picture?
Hell no.
No, there's no particle. They're resonant waves, and yet they tell us it's an electron. Can you see how we get brainwashed? So this is what Nikola Tesla has to say about the electron from an interview in 1928. On the whole subject of matter, in fact, Dr. Tesla holds the view that are startlingly original. He disagrees with the concept of atomic theory of matter and does not believe in the existence of an electron as pictured by science. This is a shock to the system, because we all think, electrons are real.
And see, shit like this is why they had to get rid of him. See, because he even said that he felt like he was influenced by, some extraterrestrials, but...
And you start seeing an agenda being developed here, an agenda being developed by mainstream universities, the mainstream scientific fraternity, under the guidance of those that are trying to lie to us and make us believe things that are not so. This is what Einstein has to say about electrons. In the theoretical treatment of these electrons, we are faced with the difficulty that electrodynamic theory itself is unable to give an account of their nature. For since electrical masses constituting the electron would necessarily be scattered under the influence of their mutual repulsion unless there are forces of another kind operating between them, the nature of which has hitherto remained obscure to us.
Pretty much saying somebody else can manipulate the electrons because they know how to manipulate energy. If you understand this on the deepest level, you can manipulate the collective energy.
So he says he doesn't quite understand how electrons come into being. And he tells
He don't understand how electrons come into being, but trust me, a motherfucker with billions of years of goddamn knowledge of the universe, they understand.
us that millions of people all over the world are being fooled by the non-existing electron, and he has a lot more to say about this. And you start seeing that scientists and inventors and researchers over the last 200 years have been vehemently opposed to this whole concept of an electron and the atomic structure that has been forced down our throats and through all our educational institutions, that we just take for granted and we accept because we believe the guys that teach us this to be smart and they're not lying to us. We just accept the stuff. So what are the stone circles all about?
And they be lying like a motherfucker. Yeah, the system set it up like that. That's why they say the truth will set you free, but hell, you ain't thinking about what the real truth is.
By now you can see that clearly we're dealing with cymatic patterns. Very obvious we're dealing with cymatic patterns. That's what every stone circle is. It's just a representation of the sound frequency that comes out of the earth at that specific point. That's what this is all about. And some of these cymatic, like sand on a metal plate, but now these are stones, right?
And you'll look at like the History Channel and shit. They'll tell you these from aliens from up top and all that. And it could be. These could be from aliens from up top. And people wondering why they coming outside and they got these crop circles and stuff. What's good, Himmy? They got these crop circles and stuff. And they thinking that they went out there and pushed out there and did some shit. Nah, they use sound. They using sound to make certain shit. The beautiful wonders of the world.
Some of the structures are actually very distinct magnetrons. And of those flower shapes, every time you see a flower-shaped stone circle, it means they actually built an ancient giant magnetron like this. Magnetrons that can cut metal in a split second. And I asked two magnetron scientists, how much energy would a magnetron 40 meters in diameter generate? Remember that a tiny magnetron can create so much energy in a laser beam that cuts metal in a split second. I mean, it literally just melts the metal. Bzz. And the answer was that a magnetron that size would create more energy than all the power plants on Earth together combined.
What? Shit. Imagine something with that much power. We could literally be destroyed at any given moment. Wow.
We have thousands of these magnetrons in Southern Africa, thousands of them. So these guys are generating so much energy, it's insane. And we know this because we measured it. We measured the sound frequencies, the electromagnetic.
Now, imagine that this guy here knows this. Nikola Tesla, he knows all of this about this energy and shit, but they still charging us all this money for electricity. They still making us go work our ass off for electricity, where these motherfuckers got enough electricity power for the whole goddamn galaxy. Electricity should be free. Water should be free. Those are two things in life that should be free. Outside of air. And they gonna probably start charging for that too.
Fields, the loudness in decibels. And it's just insane what's coming out of these stone circles. Adam's calendar is the most powerful of all these ancients of these stone circles. Adam's calendar is actually much, much more powerful. It's as if they all seem to be sending their frequencies to Adam's calendar, and that's like the collection point for all this, the energies created by all these millions of stone circles. That's what it seems like. So what we have at Adam's calendar is a very definite toroidal effect.
Now, see, this is how you know you can't understand God's language. Because it gets deep, y'all. It gets deep. If you think all you got to do is goddamn go to church every day, boy, you sad mistaken, in my opinion. You better try to get some understanding. Even when you think you don't understand, it'll come to you in a dream. Trust me. You got to be ready to receive, though. What's good, JT Money, man? You ain't got to go to school for it. Trust me. Let them know that you let that light ignite inside of you. You'll have a teacher come teach you anything you need to know right in your dream. Walk you through everything. I ain't lying.
And it's alive even today because we measured it. So when you look at ancient...
And if you think I'm lying, that's how Nikola Tesla say he learned everything through dreams. That's why they want to keep your ass up working like a motherfucker. Stress.
Structures built out of stone. You realize that these guys knew exactly what they were doing. They understand that stone is the tool that carries with it, in it, information, storage capacity. It's an energy source. And that's why they used stone. Not because they were stupid, because they were very, very smart. We're the dumb ones, but we're catching up quite quickly. So what's very obvious now is that all these ancient structures, from the pyramids, Barbelo, etc., are all ancient machines. They were giant machines built out of stone, crystalline substance, to create or to perform specific functions. It's just the function that we haven't figured out. It's powered by the sound of the earth and activated by the movement of the sun. I mean, it's bloody brilliant.
Yeah, and it's brilliant until we find out what the fuck them shit's really for. And if it might not be for something that we can't figure it out.
It's so simple. And now we're figuring this out, and we know that the energies are still there because this is a photograph taken of the pyramids, and there's still huge energy coming out of the pyramids. Even the symmetrical patterns coming out of Stonehenge, although Stonehenge has been completely reconstructed, there's...
It's just my theory, right? I think it could be either one or two things, you know, being what we know about energy and all that stuff like that. I believe it's either an escape for the higher consciousness to escape through that energy source when you die, or it's the way it's like a water fountain for the demons to, you know, because if you got a collective conscious of scared and violent and all the things that, you know, these demons feed off of, that could be like they gas station, you know. That's where all the energy, all the negative energy pumps through. That's just a theory, y'all. Just a theory. Yeah, they might be an energy grid, but like I say, an energy grid for what? Is it an energy grid to take the negative energy or the positive energy? Or is is one negative, one positive? And, you know, is it something like to keep a shield around, or to make like I don't know. It probably beyond my understanding. I just got a high school education in America. I gotta go off of my I gotta tap into my higher power to get around all this shit.
Still very powerful symmetrical patterns coming out of Stonehenge that tells us that its original structure was very specifically created as a resonating device, an energy device. All this ancient stuff that we're dealing with Just like I said, these ancient machines are just advanced technology on a gigantic scale. These obelisks in Egypt, they ring like bells. If you listen to them, they ring like bells, just like those stones in my museum.
My bad, y'all. Man, look at these stones, man. These stones are huge, and they, like, the camera don't show the justice of, like, how big these is and how big this is. And like they say, if it ain't written in stone, it ain't real. They wrote shit down in stone. I will believe this shit here before I believe what's in a book. Because a book can be rewritten. It can have different authors. You can't this can't be destroyed. Because if it could, they would have. But they don't want you to read none of this shit. They don't want you to read what's on those walls. They don't want you to read what's on those tablets. So they're switching around and put it in a book.
And when you go into these temples in Egypt, you know, we told that they were built for this and offering. It's all nonsense, offering and praying. It's just too many pillars, not enough space. When you look at them from this angle, you realize that this is just something very different. And all those pillars clustered together, why would they build them like that? And then the more I looked at it,
and the more I've studied this shit over time, I have theories on why they did what they did. But that's just my theory. And I'll tell y'all, you know, eventually. But I got to show y'all why I have the theories that I have.
More I realized, now inspired by realizing that the stone circles were powerful energy generating devices, suddenly seeing aerial photographs of these temples in Egypt, I realized that they weren't temples.
Yeah, that's my goal too, to visit Egypt. Yeah, I wanna try to get there before they fuck up everything. I think within the next 5 years I wanna visit Egypt. I got to see the shit from my own two eyes. Even though I know they won't let you go into the real shit, but hell, it's so much shit. I don't think I would be able to go through all the shit.
They were actually templates, that we're actually looking at gigantic energy circuits, circuit boards on a gigantic scale that we...
Now, that's amazing. When you look at it from the sky, it looks like a circuit board. That's crazy.
Could never have imagined. It's just beyond our imagination. The scale that these guys were building things on is something way out of our perception because we just don't have enough money to do that. And macro processors, gigantic microprocessors become gigantic macro processors. You know, and here we are told that these were places of worship, and then this is where the people lived. No, these are giant bloody macro processors, and that's part of the circuit board. You know, it's what it is, and you can start seeing that the pyramids were the same thing, giant powerhouses, creating huge amounts of energy. And just, you know, you start seeing things and recognizing how all this fits into ancient history. Sacsayhuaman is also just a giant circuit board. When you look at images from the air, you realize it's just a giant circuit board. It's not a fortress on top of a mountain to ward off marauding crowds and guys on horses and spears. No, it's a giant circuit board.
So I want y'all, I played this video because I want people to understand or overstand how important energy is. How important, even if we don't understand it, you know what I'm saying, on a deep level, overstand that they overstand how energy works. And they always understood that, I'm sorry. From the beginning of time, motherfuckers overstood how energy works, how everything is made up. And these motherfuckers, the earth was a big ass computer chip. And it still is. To who? We don't fucking know. Because as we found out yesterday, the Anunnaki came here 40-something thousand years ago. And they were advanced to that point way back then. So think about what they is now. They pull up every 3,600 years, see what's going on. And everybody is right now, the A3I, everybody's having a fucking field day right now because the thing just passed by Earth. It ain't do nothing. It ain't fuck up Earth. It ain't blow up nothing. But it was totally different than what everybody thought it was going to be. Was that the 3,600 year cycle? I don't know. That don't mean it was supposed to stop. But that don't mean it can't drop off some drones or some shit. But like we say, whatever you want to call it, the fallen angels, you could call it the watchers, you could call it the 200 angels that God sent to earth just to watch over the earth out the gate, but they say 20 of them rebelled, right? So, but we got to understand that's not God. Those are a higher being of a higher power that had a higher technology. And they came to this planet and they decided, hey, we're trying to save another planet. And we created species to work for us. But at the same time, they wasn't supposed to touch those species. They're still made up of energy. They're still made up of the divine light. They're still made up of what is considered God because they have a conscience. Okay? So it's not up to any other species to try to go and create species and try to manipulate their life. I mean, I guess that's the rules of the universe. There's rules of the universe that we don't understand. It's beyond our, thought process. But that's where the age of awakening and the age of information has hit this planet. Our people are trying to wake us up. Slowly but surely, they're giving us information at the tip of our fingers, and some motherfuckers are so sleep that they know something wrong, but they want to do whatever is possible to just stay comfortable. And that's fine, shit. That is fucking fine. Yeah, I like being comfortable too. So, I've checked out a lot of videos, y'all, and so I want to shift from the Anunnaki. No, not really shift from them, but going to so if the Anunnaki is someone that came from another planet, but they've been pretending to be gods, they're putting in the books that they're gods. We were supposed to appreciate the fact that we did have these many, gods that would do certain things for the earth, but we ain't supposed to have the knowledge of them, according to the Bible, right? So if they're not God, who the hell is God? Who should we be praying to? Or should what the fuck is really going on? All your whole life you've been reading the Bible, you've been thinking like, hey, God, this big white man in the sky. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the devil that's down there, you know what I'm saying, the pits of fire. When you die, you go on to one or the other. Like, that's been the whole tradition for a long time. Nobody knew nothing about these Anunnaki motherfuckers their whole life growing up. I didn't. I ain't gonna lie. It took me when I was about, my late 20s to ever hear about a fucking Anunnaki. But now that we got information at our fingertips, you know what I'm saying? Now you can check every source possible. Or you can go and goddamn look at because like I say, you can't really, people who documented history, sure, you go back as far as possible. But I'm a believer that the winners of war are the ones who tell the history. So sometimes you have to use common sense, and you have to, look a little deeper into what people say anyway, especially when religion is involved. You know what I'm saying? So but I've pulled up a couple of videos that I want to like. I ran into the Book of John, and a lot of people the Book of John is supposed to be a secret, right? The Book of John is a book that they say they took out of the Bible. The Book of John is a book that I don't even know if I believe in, because who the fuck was named John way back then? I'm just saying. But, if we gonna, be superficial, we gonna, believe in, a snake talked and was walking, and, and we're going to believe in all the stuff that we believe in, we might as well try to make it make sense, in my opinion. So, let's make it make sense. So now, I did a lot of research on this video or whatever, but this is one of the ones I think was explained very good. This guy's a good narrator. So I want to react off of this video, and then we'll look at another source, because I like to triple, quadruple check people's source. But he did a very good job of the breakdown of where the real God comes from. And I kind of agree more with this theory, because it's only a theory. None of us can prove anything, right? We do know, what we can prove is that we are breathing. We have a conscious. That voice that we hear, somebody that we talk to or whatever, that tells us what to say, and we respond, and like we're talking to ourselves, but we're not. You know what I mean? We've all been in situations where we know that something happened, you know what I'm saying, and it had to be someone, watching over you or whatever. And we've been in situations where you're like, damn, it had to be, you felt like it had to be just some evil shit, you know what I'm saying? So there's things that we can't explain, and we try to make it make sense, right? And a lot of times the reference point we go to is whatever religion that we believe in, whether it's, you're a Muslim, whether you're a Christian, whether you're and then you got all these different levels of Christians, you know what I'm saying? Evangelicals, you got all of these people, Catholic, you got all of these separations as humans. But I wanted to, and the age-old question is, was God a man or woman? And then you be like, okay, if he's a man or woman, then that's very basic. Like, how can, it has to be something that you can't even wrap your mind around if you're going to speak of, the Most High, in my opinion. But I like what this man did. He's using the Bible, and this is out of the Book of John, which I went over. I researched the Book of John, and I'm hearing the same story over and over and over and over and over. So I just think he explained it the best and as accurate. So let's see what it says in the Book of John about the real God.
Been told about God, reality, your own.
And this book was taken out of the Bible, remind y'all, along with the Book of Enoch, which we'll get into later too.
Saul,
across
it's been
teams
a
is
lie.
tough,
This
but
is
Hassan,
psychological warfare, and the ultimate prison is your own mind. Because if you ever truly realize what you are, you wouldn't believe in God, you'd become one. This book reveals that your body itself became a kind of trap, causing you to forget what you really are. But some of us remember. And
do anybody believe that? That is a strong statement. That is a very strong statement. Do you believe that you could possibly be God and you're trapped in a state of mind. You know, we hear that all the time, right? Oh, I'm gonna play that back.
What existed before God? And what if the God of the Bible wasn't really God at all, but a fraud? There's another, higher, secret God that the church doesn't want you to know about. We're going to take a look at a lost gospel where Jesus reveals that the God that's worshipped by billions isn't the true God at all. It exposes who really created him, what existed before the creation of the world, and the truth about a hidden realm of light that's infinitely beyond heaven, and how the key to this realm exists within you right now. See,
Now, he made his intro very dramatic, and I like that. But when I did the research, everything he's saying is very accurate. And we could go over several sources that ain't just YouTube. We can fucking pull. I even went through AI, Gemini. I went through fucking Chat GPT. I went through Google, and I know these are all sources of what society gives us. Same as when they give you everything about Christianity, right? So I have a choice. I just kept, checking the same shit, and everything says the same shit.
Everything you've ever been told about God, reality, your own soul, it's been a lie. This is psychological warfare, and the ultimate prison is your own mind. Because if you ever truly realize what you are, you wouldn't believe in God, you'd become one. This book reveals that your body itself became a kind of trap, causing you to forget what you really are. But some of us remember. And almost 2,000 years ago, a secret book was written to reveal how to remember a truth that's so powerful, the church literally killed to keep you from finding it. But
So you got to take this with a grain of salt, because 2,000 years compared to 40,000 years ago, 450,000 years ago when the Anunnaki got here, that's a lot of time to manipulate human beings, right?
But it's a light that they can never extinguish, because the most forbidden secret in history is not buried in the earth, it's buried inside you. So let's dig it up. My name is Morg. I'm an ex-Christian revealing hidden knowledge.
We gonna get there. 421 TV. We getting there. Matter of fact, this is about to get into the Adam and Eve part, and we're gonna get into Adam and Eve. We're gonna get into Lilith. We're gonna get into the Palinthera. We're going to get into a lot, y'all. We just got to,
And I'm here to make enlightenment go viral. And today we're unlocking one of the most explosive secret texts in history. It's called the Secret Book of John, and it was hidden for almost 1,600 years. So if the church tried everything in its power to obliterate it, how do we even have it? Well, in 1945, near the tombs of Egypt, someone cracked open a clay jar that was buried in the desert, and inside was a stash of forbidden texts that were untouched since the 4th century. Now, these secret books belong to a group that we now call the Gnostics. These were early Christians.
So, the Gnostics, right? Early Christians. Now, I'm not sure if these are early white folks or early black folks. That is important in this world. Because everybody has to look at things from their nationality, or not nationality, just their gene pool. Because you're trying to track where the fuck you might have possibly came from. You gave shit. When it comes to these white folks, no telling what the hell they had going on. So you saying it got tracked back to the 4th century, but like I say, we known of these so-called gods and all that shit, they came 500,000 years ago. So a lot of shit been going on. For motherfucker just be writing some shit for 4 centuries ago.
Christ, but they were rebels, mystics, and philosophers who believed, get this, that salvation did not come from worship, but from knowledge, gnosis, the direct experience of truth. They taught that the divine spark, it's already inside you, and that the God worshipped by Christians today is not the true God at all. For that, the Gnostics were hunted, their books were burned, their teachings were erased, but not completely, because some of their books survived, buried in the Egyptian desert. And
now, that does make sense because we know the truth always get buried. You say I have to truly read the scriptures seeking truth? Have you truly read the scriptures seeking truth? Well, sir, I'm not reading the scriptures seeking anything false. It's the thing about it is when you read the scriptures and it doesn't make sense, you have to make it make sense. Because what's coming to me and what should come into everybody is to ask questions and not just blindly follow. Ask questions, not blindly follow. When you look around, it's the reality of what you seeing is what you reading. When you see the same people right now manipulate you, your kids, and everything, and you look at a book and it's full of words, and you know man lie, you have to start going within your essence. You have to start digging deeper. You can't just rely on one book, in my opinion. It's definitely about faith, but faith and scriptures are not the same thing. That's the thing about it. If you say go by the scripture, and if I go by what's in that scripture, and if I don't understand it completely, if I don't know where the lie or where the truth is at, which there's probably not a lie, but it's probably just someone's perspective. Nobody's telling you that when they're showing you the book, that there's different authors, there are different people. These are people that live hundreds and thousands of years apart, and they're putting together their stories. And people that never walked with Jesus are telling you about Jesus. They don't tell you all that because you would take it in a different perspective if they did. So just reading and not finding the understanding and not looking at it, with an open mind and relearning what somebody taught you. Yeah, you can have faith, but you still need to have faith in what you need to do. You need to find out what you need to do. Besides showing up with the mass of people and doing what everybody else doing. You know what I mean? You need to know the truth. You need to know you need to know. Because if you're running around here and you're doing exactly what what the Most High don't want you to be doing, which is probably yourself, because if it's aggravating the fuck out of you to be going to go buy presents and shit, why the fuck are you going to go buy presents? So it's a lot of things that we say that we're doing to submit to God, but you inside you really don't feel like you are being the best of yourself because of what's dragging you around. What's around you dragging you.
And among them was the secret book of John, hidden away by those who knew that one day we'd be ready. And now, here you are. This isn't just another YouTube video, it's a revolutionary transmission of banned knowledge, and you're part of the rebellion making it reveals about you. The disciple John is dejected. He slips away into the Judean hills, and he's alone, confused, basically having a full-on existential meltdown. He's wondering who really sent Jesus, what even is existence, and where are we gonna go when we die? Then suddenly, reality itself glitches and the sky cracks open. A radiant light fills.
See, when I hear these stories, now tell me, do they make fucking sense? We've heard this shit many times in the Bible. How some guy is going through some shit, and then all of a sudden the sky cracked open and God walked down and said, hey, my child, you gonna be okay? And all of these are metaphors, but nobody ever tells you that. I'm just saying. And you got to pick and choose which ones you got to believe. Like, you really got to have faith to believe this shit. But something got to make damn sense, because you don't see this shit happening now. What made some of these people so goddamn special? Well, God wanted to talk to them and do all this special shit. You telling me y'all don't ask those questions?
Everything, and John falls over flat on his face, shaking. But there's a voice that speaks, and it's Jesus, but in divine form. He tells John not to fear. Be not afraid, I am with you always. I am the Father, the Mother, the Son. I have come to teach you about what is and what was and what will be, in order for you to understand the invisible world and the world that is visible.
Now, that makes a lot of sense to me now, right? But back then, that shit wouldn't have made no goddamn, that shit ain't made no sense. That shit don't make no sense. But now when you look at it, you be like, okay, he came to a conclusion. He said, be not afraid. I am with you always. I am the Father, the Mother, the Son. Right? What does that mean? I have come to teach you about what is and what was and what will be, in order for you to understand the invisible world and the world that is visible.
Okay, hold on here. The Father, the Mother, and the Son? Yeah, right away, this secret book reveals we got the whole Trinity thing completely wrong, completely leaving out the Mother. Jesus is about to spill the kind of tea that would make your Sunday school teacher pass out. John lifts his head, and his heart's probably pounding, ready to receive these secrets. Now, this is not some...
Only thing I've done is I've come out of, the darkness of ignorance. I mean, you got to have balance. So, of course, you get I do a little ignorance every now and then. But, that's all that is.
Kind of parable or story for the crowds. This is top-level gnosis, secret knowledge for those with the ears to hear. See, Jesus is about to reveal that the universe's creation wasn't exactly how you heard about it in Sunday school. There's a hidden God far above the creator in Genesis, and a cosmic drama that starts with a perfect oneness and ends with us stuck here wondering who we are. All right, are you ready? John was. The Savior's lesson begins, and it starts before the beginning. Yeah,
Now, do not listen, like, when you listen to a story, I don't know about y'all, and I shouldn't have to tell people this, but sometimes people, they get more caught up into the messenger instead of the message, right? You can always, I can pull up 8 book of Johns. You can go find, well, this is a book that was taken out of the Bible, but wherever you can go find the book of John, you probably could look it up on Google, because now it's readily available. So just as you take every other story in the Bible serious, why not take it serious if it was in the Bible, right? Now, like I say, I chose him because I liked the way that he did a breakdown of this, but the story is the same everywhere you go check. So go fact check it if you feel like the shit is capped. But if you believe in the Bible, I'm just saying, let's just get into it. And I like to goddamn take shit literally. Why can't goddamn? But when you call out, I mean, just feeling like you've been duped. I think a lot of people, take offense to that shit. Not me. It's about learning.
Is about to rip the veil of existence and reveal hidden history of the universe. So what was there before the beginning, before the God of the Bible even existed? Well, Jesus begins by unveiling to John the ultimate mystery: who is God really? Well, it turns out beyond the familiar creator deity, beyond all the worlds, there is something known as the One, an utterly transcendent source. The One is not the God of the Bible, not even close, not an old bearded guy on a throne, not even a he or a she, but the infinite, indescribable oneness. Jesus says, the One is indescribable, for no one can put any words to it. This is not a God who needs a temple or a priest or a freaking choir. The One isn't a being, it's being itself. And Jesus emphasizes how utterly beyond comprehension the true God is. The One cannot be seen, eternal, inconceivable, perfectly free from corruption. So this One is basically infinite light, and it doesn't need worship or sacrifice.
Now, being that we are watching these physics videos, and we are talking about things other than the Bible when we're talking about energy. Because I want y'all to keep in mind the video about physics that we just had a study of. Light study. How sound can create light, right? So, and we've been talking about consciousness, right? Collective consciousness also. And we came to agreement that even the world has a connected collective consciousness to the universe. The geometric patterns are everywhere through the universe, not just on the planet. So it's just pretty much one big, one big everything. But sound can create form. And creatures can create other creatures. Shit. Now, can you put a certain spirit in them? Now, that's a different kind of being.
Or want to destroy a city if you get horny. No, it's not the divine in the way that's described in the Bible. It's beyond even our highest concept of God. Jesus says, the One rules all. Nothing has authority over it. Jesus even goes on to say, it's not right to think of it as a God or as like God. It is more than just God. More than just God. Think about how mind-blowing that is. Imagine putting that on a church pamphlet. So what is this?
Yeah, if somebody told you that there's more than just God, you'll probably lose your damn mind. That's how programmed we have been. If you told somebody that there's more than a God, there's more than God, some people that'd blow their fucking mind. And some people might fucking unalive your ass for saying some shit like that. That's how trained most people are. I know some people who are trained to feel like you ain't even supposed to say God's name in vain because they're so trained of the word God. The word God means creator. Hell, I'm a content god. I created my content. I mean, technically, by definition. And a lot of people are catching that. That's why a lot of people are saying the Most High. We don't want you to confuse all these false gods that everybody else is trying to run up. We just praising to the Most High, and that's the man in the mirror. That's the spirit in the mirror. Not the flesh, but the spirit in the mirror.
This hyper-intelligent, genderless mind of light do all day? Well, it thinks. About what? Itself. Nothing exists, after all, except it. The one.
Now, do that make sense, y'all? Think about that. I want y'all to think about that, y'all. The Alpha and the Omega, right? What you would call God, quote unquote, is thought, consciousness. What do you do all day? You think about your damn self, and you care about other people, but for the most part, most people think about their self and try to take care of their self. And if you don't, and you got some type of self-hate, then that's about the worst thing you can ever do, right? We're going down the hole, y'all. Pause.
About what? Itself. Nothing exists, after all, except it. The one receives nothing from anything. It simply apprehends itself in its own perfect light. Okay, so that might sound kind of boring, but it's not, because in Gnostic myth, thoughts don't just stay inside your head. No, when you're the one, your thoughts become beings, like full-on divine intelligences. And the first of these thoughts, the first thought that the one has, a goddess. His self-aware thought came into being. She stood before him. Her light reflects his light.
Now, ain't that some shit? So you telling me, so if God a man, the first thing he think about is some pussy. Even in the spirit, even in the universe.
Now, she's called Barbelo, and she's everything that the modern church is terrified of. But and the first of these thoughts, the first thought that the one has, a goddess. His self-aware thought came into being. She stood before him. Her light reflects his light. Now, she's called Barbelo, and she's everything that the modern church is terrified of. But what is she exactly? Well, think of Barbelo as the primal mother. But this is an aspect of the one's mind turning inward to know itself. She is the universal womb. She is before everything. She is mother, father, first man, Holy Spirit, androgynous, eternal realm.
I think they fucking with me, y'all. They fucking with us, y'all. You think this dude trying to turn people hermaphrodite by giving out this information? When I heard him say it, I said, "Oh hell, nah! This motherfucker, he trying to justify these goddamn transformers." Well, they ain't transformer if you already like that. If that's how you're born, because there are real hermaphrodites. You know, so I can't be mad at those people for being born like that. But now it starts to make sense when you see those people do that. And then you're like, hold on, are y'all trying to imitate? Oh, okay. I see what's going on. Boy, that evil spirit working. I ain't saying no people evil. Nothing. Don't counsel me, but let me shut up. But y'all.
So Barbelo, like the one itself, is beyond gender. It's androgynous, the mother father. And through Barbelo, the source begins to express itself because the one looks into Barbelo, into that brilliant mirror of itself, and generates a new emanation, a spark of light that's like a child of Barbelo. This is what's called the autogenes, meaning the self-generated, essentially the Christ, the divine logos coming into existence. The Father gazed into Barbelo. She conceived and bore a spark of light, who has blessedness similar to hers. Okay, but how exactly is all this happening? Remember that thoughts become personified as beings. So let's break this down. The one is pure mind. Barbelo is the first thought of that mind. And Christ, he's the thought thinking about itself. So when it says the Father,
the thought thinking of itself. So this is where you get Christ consciousness from. This is where you get that from. Now, when you're trying to confuse people, you start making up names and put Jesus Christ and he came down here and died for all your sins. Like, damn, well, how I got sin before I even got here?
gazes into the mother and the son was produced, it means the one mind had a thought and began to think about itself. Do you see how cool the secret knowledge is? This is way more intricate and layered than just let there be light.
I mean, shit, both of them sound crazy, but hell, we gon' goddamn think of these crazy, if we gonna put out stories, shit, let's try all the stories. I'm just saying. You need to go look at my last live. First go down the rabbit hole if you want to see what I think about Santa.
So the text calls this child of thought the autogenes and the Christ, the one and only begotten son of the one. Not exactly Jesus per se, but the cosmic Christ principle.
Exactly. So they get Jesus right there, technically. You know what I mean?
Divine mind that will later manifest as Jesus. So now you have the Father, the Mother, the Child. That's the real Trinity. No bearded old guy or magical Holy Ghost, just mind, thought, and awareness of self.
It's not, as y'all can see, y'all, they're not saying physically man, woman, and child, mind, thought, and awareness of self. That is the Holy Trinity. That is the Holy Trinity. Mind, thought, and awareness of self.
Okay, but what happens after this Trinity is generated? Well, since thoughts become beings in this realm, through the power of the autogenes, or Christ, thinking about itself, four great luminaries arise. Now, these aren't angels with harps. These are powerful beings of light known as eons. They're named Harmazel, Auroriel, Davathai, and Alaleth. And each one is a living thought form of light that contains the highest spiritual truths. With Harmazel comes grace, truth, and form. With Auroriel comes conceptualization, perception, and memory. With Davathai comes understanding, love, and idea. And with Alaleth comes perfection, peace, and wisdom.
Now, these beings, when they say these names of these so-called beings, they really stand for different actions that are known in the reality, in the realm that you live in, right? Like, for instance, if you the type person that has a lot of grace, you're very truthful in the form of you, like, of course you would be blessed by these certain type, because there's been, like they used to say, there was gods for every single thing. Now, I'm not saying that these are gods or angels and everything, because like he said, they're not. But there are certain light and deity. Like I say, I understand where they're going at with this. Not saying that I'm all the way sold on anything, but it's interesting to learn in different aspects of things, especially when you find out about books that have, well, we all know that some books have been taken out of the Bible, and a lot of times we knew that, but we didn't have social media and we didn't have the internet like we do now to find out exactly what books were taken out of the Bible. But now that we have information at our fingertips and we can see the books that were taken out of the Bible, we can make a reassessment of what it is that we learned growing up. even if we're 30, 40 years old. This technology, I mean, the age of information is now. We didn't have this information 20 years ago.
Now, the Greek word for wisdom is Sophia. Keep that in mind because that's going to be very important in a second. But the point is that this is beyond heaven and angels, before the world, essentially the mind of God that's unfolding and ordering itself.
And I'm gonna go over another video, of this matter, just to kind of fact check what he's saying. Like I said, I went through ChatGPT and I went through Gemini, and pretty much everything he's saying is pretty much what they put. It's just that he's narrating the same shit of what's in the book of John.
Entire realm of thought as light and beings is called the pleroma, which means the fullness, but then something.
Okay, that's going to be an important word right there, y'all. And I recommend everybody put in Chat GPT, Gemini, Google, go pull out your fucking encyclopedia, go look in your dictionary, and pull up the word Paloma.
As light and beings is called the pleroma, which means.
Go pull it up, the pleroma. Do your own research on it.
The world, essentially the mind of God that's unfolding and ordering itself. This entire realm of thought as light and beings is called the pleroma, which means the fullness. But then something wild happens, because out of this divine cascade of organizing thought comes a human, but not the humanity that you know, not flesh and blood, not born into sin, not molded out of dirt by a grumpy desert god with too much time on his hands. This is the perfect divine human archetype. Now, its name isn't Adam.
Archetype, people. Think about that. It created a divine human archetype. Okay? This is not the same shit as made it out of clay of the earth. This is the highest thought process of yourself, or as what you would call God, just thinking of another aspect of himself in a human form. Hey, I would like to be a human. That's just like right now you thinking, and you probably, I would be careful if I was you, knowing that your power could be, very powerful. But that's like you saying right now, you going to sleep and you saying, I wonder what it'd be like to be a frog. And you had a dream that you're a frog. Now, in that dream, it felt so fucking real because it probably was. You probably lived the life of a frog. That's how powerful your thoughts are. You could be, you're thinking, you're dreaming, you're thinking that you're just thinking about something, but you could be really doing something in another dimension. Or have you ever thought of something and then created something out of what you thought about? I mean, we do it all the time, but we just don't think of it. We do it so much that it's like second nature now. Hell, I do it all the time at work. I'm looking at some metal, just plain old metal, and then next thing you know, I'm making a whole fucking air conditioning system out of it because somebody has mastered creation in that type of shit, and it's knowledge that's being passed down. And I'm just giving that on a small scale, but it's done in every single type of way. Salute as God is my witness. I appreciate y'all for enjoying the show. Make sure y'all hit the like button, share the content.
It's Adamus, and in some texts he's called.
Let me slide that back, y'all. Let me slide that back because I did talk a little bit more on that part. So what he's breaking down right now, though, is the first human according to the book of John. Please go research the book of John. He's just doing a great job of narrating it, but everything he's saying, I've double, triple, quadruple checked the book of John. It was in the Bible. They took it out. You know what I mean? Why they took it out, I see why. I see why they took it out. But I feel like this makes more sense than when you told me that he made me out of clay and blew some air into me. And you making me out of, like make him out of our, from our likeness. Who the hell is our?
Spiritual truths. With Harmazel comes grace, truth, and form. With Auroriel comes conceptualization, perception, and memory. With Davathai comes understanding, love, and idea. And with Alaleth comes perfection, peace, and wisdom. Now, the Greek word for wisdom is Sophia. Keep that in mind because that's going to be very important in a second. But the point is that this is beyond heaven and angels, before the world, essentially the mind of God that's unfolding and ordering itself. This entire realm of thought as light and beings is called the pleroma, which means the fullness. But then something wild happens, because out of this divine cascade of organizing thought comes a human, but not the humanity that you know, not flesh and blood, not born into sin, not molded out of dirt by a grumpy desert god with too much time on his hands. This is the perfect divine human archetype. Now, its name isn't Adam, it's Adamus, and in some texts he's called the Eye of Light. Adamus is a Greek word that means indestructible, and Adamus is the divine idea of human. In other words, it's the original template or perfect blueprint of humanity that exists in the pleroma. The one gives Adamus unconquerable intellect and the power and authority to rule with Christ, not under him, with him.
Yo, the God that made the spirit that you are a part of, that light that's in you that make you, you know what I'm saying, wake up. The human he tried to make is like Superman, pretty much. You know how they play with you about Superman all the time? Yeah, that's supposed to be you. Hell nah. Hey man, y'all need to come let me get my body back. You know what I mean? I ain't lying.
This means humanity was meant to be on the same level as Christ. Adamus says, because of you, the universe came into being, and it is to you that all will return. Okay, so this declaration that all things ultimately go back to the source is crucial. It's basically like the mission statement of the entire cosmos, spoken by our primordial higher self, meaning that knowledge is buried deep within us. Our origin, according to this secret gospel, isn't dust or clay or dirt. It's this perfect human. But if our origin is the perfect human, born from cosmic light, why are we stuck here? If we were meant to be divine, what happened? Who sabotaged us? Why did the lights go out? Well, the plot thickens, because with light comes shadow. And
then y'all gotta realize that even in science, they got a strand that's in our DNA that has been turned off, and they call it junk DNA. But of course, why would we consciously put something in our DNA that's junk? Nah, that ain't happening.
if thoughts become beings, a nightmare is about to be born. Okay, one of the eons of light is called Sophia. Remember her? Her name means wisdom. And Sophia is an emanation of the One's wisdom. And she's an incredibly powerful being.
The One's wisdom, y'all. You got to understand what they're saying when they're saying the One. You are the One. So what are some of the most important things that you have to do, you know what I'm saying, to become conscious with yourself and know what's going on? Be aware, have wisdom, patience, love, understanding, compassion, discipline. Well, I don't know if discipline is one.
But she had an idea, a little rebellious, unapproved, unauthorized idea. She wanted to create something of her own without consulting her partner or the one. All right, what the hell does that mean? Well, in the Pleroma, the eternal light realm, all creation happens in balanced male-female pairs. Now, a lot of people get tripped up here, so keep in mind, this is not in a literal gendered sense, but as a cosmic principle of harmony. It's metaphorical, but it means that everything flows in unity and balance. But Sophia, she says, screw the rules, I'm doing this solo. So think of it as a rogue thought in the divine mind, an urge to create.
It's like that thought in your mind where you know you shouldn't be fucking this person raw, but you fuck them anyway, and then you get pregnant. Or you get the wrong baby mama. This is pretty much what your early thought would do when when you just thinking of shit. Like every possibility. Infinite possibilities.
Create apart from the harmony of everything else. It happened that the realm, Eon, wisdom, Sophia, began to think for herself. But since Sophia created from imbalance, her experiment goes off the rails, and what she produces is terrifying and looks like something H.R. Giger would make. Sophia saw what her desire produced. It changed into the form of a dragon with a lion's head and eyes flashing lightning bolts. All right, this entity is nothing.
See, when you hear these crazy stories, like when I started reading parts of the Bible and I started seeing these stories like this, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And I said, all right, so this is the part where I'm confused. And I'm like, where the fuck all these dragons and all this crazy shit coming from? Why all these people getting killed? Who talking about killing babies and shit?
Like the divine beauty she imagined. This is Yaldabaoth, and none other than, guess who? The God of the Bible, the one who demands obedience, the one who claims to be the one and only God. And in this secret book, he's the villain. He's the first of the Archons, an abnormal, incomplete being born without the one's life.
Oh, no, y'all can fly him out. He don't want to be here. I told y'all, anybody come in here talking about any of these niggas, they can come back on the day they daddy on the screen.
Light. Remember, thoughts become beings. So Yaldabaoth is like a dark thought.
So let me back that up. Because y'all got to understand, the collective ignorance is definitely going to goddamn try to knock off any type of goddamn just connecting of just outside of the ignorance.
Of the Archons, an abnormal, incomplete being, Bible, the one who demands. All right, this into the form R. Giger would make. Sophia saw what her desire produced. It changed into the form of a dragon with a lion's head and eyes flashing lightning bolts.
Now remember, go and look for the book of John. Go hear somebody read the book of John. You probably can find it on Amazon or any of them shits now. Cause it came way after the Bible. They ain't added, or they took it out the Bible. I don't know, but go check it out. That's what he's reading from.
All right, this entity is nothing like the divine beauty she imagined. This is Yaldabaoth, and none other than, guess who? The God of the Bible, the one who demands obedience, the one who claims to be the one and only God. And in this secret book, he's the villain. He's the first of the Archons, an abnormal, incomplete being born without the one's light.
A complete being, but born without the one's light. Gotta keep that in mind, y'all. But he was born from the creation of what would be considered the one. But it's really, you, but the feminine and the masculine part of you in thought. Your curiosity. It creates a demon. It creates a monster. It creates a devil. you at odds with your other side of yourself. Yeah.
Remember, thoughts become beings. So Yaldabaoth is like a dark thought. Night. Remember the archons in abnormal
Thoughts become beings.
lion's head and eyes flashing light. It changed.
Sophia saw what her desire produced. It changed it to the form of a dragon with a lion's head and eyes flashing lightning bolts. Was John just a good author or something? But, I mean, shit. It's the book of John. They took it out the Bible. Either they felt like John was lying. Like I say, John, I don't think they had no Johns back then, but somebody was telling this shit. But this is what the what they call the Gnostics, this is what they believe. I think evangelicals believe the same thing. Yeah. From what was written on the walls and what's said in the Bible, I believe it. Like I said, I believe in the Bible. I just believe it's a history book, and I believe they took out a lot and they put in a lot. And they got some people who say they witnessed some shit where they didn't even live around the same time. So I just got to, take it with a grain of salt. The truth is somewhere in between.
Changed into the form of a dragon with a lion's head and eyes flashing lightning bolts. All right, this entity is nothing like the divine beauty she imagined. This is Yaldabaoth, and none other than, guess who? The God of the Bible, the one who demands obedience, the one who claims to be the one and only God. And in this secret book, he's the villain. He's the first of the archons, an abnormal, incomplete being born without the one's light. Remember, thoughts become beings, so Yaldabaoth is like a dark thought, not a source of light, but of shadow and nightmare. Okay, but let's pause for a second, because Sophia usually gets a bad rap here. Like, damn, you really kicked off this whole nightmare scenario? But I don't see it that way. Think about it. Before Sophia's act of creation, reality was just silence, what the Gnostics called sige, literal eternal stillness, just the quiet infinity of perfect being. Sounds peaceful, sure, but also boring as hell. In fact, think about it. Nothing happens in perfect silence. It would
That's like thinking in life, like, how can you know wrong if you don't, how can you know that you're doing wrong if you don't actually do wrong? You get what I'm saying? So, like, you got to think about it. Like, it's like saying that it wouldn't be no total opposites. You know what I mean? So, there's no ups without a down, no left without a right, no hot without a cold.
quite literally.
You got to remember, it's consciousness. It's what you learn. It's like you don't come to a conscious until you go through shit. You be sleep like a motherfucker until you go through something.
Literally become hell. Sophia broke the silence with her voice of creation. Yeah, she created disharmony, but it's the imperfection of existence that makes it interesting. The ups and downs, love and loss. She introduced the very possibility of life, difference, movement, drama, our awakening. Without her so-called mistake, there wouldn't be a story to tell. This whole cosmic mess, as dark and as painful as it is also the greatest art project in eternity. But nonetheless, when Sophia sees what she created, she panics. She basically tries to hit Control-Alt-Z by hiding this being away in a cloud in a realm far below the pleroma. Now imagine being born to a mother who immediately
hide this being in a cloud far below the pleroma. Think about what they just said. Put this being somewhere below a cloud, below the pleroma. Mentally.
stuffs you in the basement and locks the door. So Yaldabaoth grows up isolated, and he doesn't even know anything about the higher worlds. He has no clue that there's a whole pleroma above him. All he knows is this chaos that he's in. And boy, does he get delusions of grandeur. The text says that he steals some of the power of light from his mother. Yaldabaoth is the chief ruler. He took great power from his mother, left her, and moved away from his birthplace. He assumed command, created realms for himself with a brilliant flame that continues to exist even now. So Yaldabaoth is now this being of darkness that's also mixed with the power of light. The text even calls him the dim ruler. Alone in this void, he uses that power to create a realm in his own image. Basically like a deranged toddler with Play-Doh, he starts creating inferior imitations of the real divine patterns, basically like heaven on a dial-up modem. Yaldabaoth spawns archons, rulers, authorities to populate his new domain. He creates a whole entourage of lesser gods and demons.
Now this sounds like the Anunnaki situation, right? They're coming down, and you got a situation where you got he's then recruited some of them motherfuckers, because it sounds like another situation. This has got to be before them, right? Because remember, they made these perfect beings, so those perfect beings might have been Anunnaki. You say check out the King James Version of the Bible. John is the New Testament. Okay. I'm scared of reading the King James any damn thing, but I'll read it. I get it read to me.
For example, Yaldabaoth makes 12 chief
I know who King James is.
archons with faces of animals, which could be a reference to the 12 signs of the zodiac. He also produces 7 rulers.
Say what now? Hold up. You can't just slide past that. Can't just slide past that. What he said about the Zodiac?
Archons, rulers, authorities to populate his new domain. He creates a whole entourage of lesser gods and demons. For example, Yaldabaoth makes 12.
Because what did we learn that demons are, y'all? Demons are the fallen angels that came down when they came into women. They had what they called Nephilim. They were giants. But when they died, their spirit couldn't go. Their spirit didn't go back to heaven. Their spirit didn't do what our spirit do and go back to the sender. Their spirit just stuck on this earth, stuck in this realm. Cause they're abomination. So what do? They try to control whoever allowed them to.
12 chief archons with faces of animals, which could be a reference.
So pretty much he's saying that this being that was pretty much made by God, this being that we've come to know as the devil. Remember y'all say, hey, the devil was one of God's children? Your deepest thought, your deepest, most darkest thought. And you fucking manifesting it. It coming true. Yeah, that's your devil. But if we looked at it in a physical form, like I say, you create something that recruits other powerful spirits, other, abominations and all that. You see it on the hologlyphs. Like, hell, it ain't like it's not written in stone.
a whole entourage of lesser gods and demons. For example, Yaldabaoth makes 12 chief archons with faces of animals, which could be a reference to the 12 signs of the zodiac. He also produces 7 rulers to govern the 7 heavens, which could represent the 7 classical planets. And you thought Mercury retrograde was bad. Eventually, he's got 365 demons, one for each day of the year, to
365 demons. Is that what he started with or he still got?
fill out his creation. He's basically like a mad architect building a distorted copy of the Pleroma, a cosmos that is neither light nor darkness, but dim. It's a half-baked world, built out of his darkness mixed with the light he stole. It's a kingdom of shadows. Yaldabaoth, being ignorant and lonely, starts believing he's the top god. See, he's never seen anyone greater than himself. So what does he declare? The text is pretty clear. He is blasphemous through his thoughtlessness. He said, "I am God and no other god exists beside me," because he didn't know where his power came from. Yeah, so he literally thinks that he's the one and only. And we've heard that line before, right? Think in the Bible. The Gnostics are telling you loud and clear, Yaldabaoth is the so-called God from the Bible. But he isn't actually God, just the first being in history to have a God complex. Jesus even points out the irony of Yaldabaoth's arrogance. See, Yaldabaoth also says, "I am a jealous God and there is no God but me." But Jesus points out a problem. By doing this, he admitted to his demons that there is indeed another God, for if no other existed, whom would he be jealous of?
That is a good question. Now, I always wondered that. Who never married motherfucking Christmas to you, Kush, man?
Exactly. Yaldabaoth basically outs himself as an insecure fraud. Little does he know, Sophia and the higher eons are watching all this go down. They're appalled at what he's doing, but they also realize something. Yaldabaoth may be a mistake, but he has a spark of Sophia's divine power in him, and that light is
He's still my baby. Ain't that some shit? That's life, ain't it? You could have a child with somebody and that motherfucker could be the killer. He could be the worst shit ever put on the planet. That's still my baby. He's still my baby. He'll come around. Shit. That be your darkest fear. You having a child and they go out and be in the worst shit ever to creation. I mean, what? You thought God was better than you? You are. I am. Y'all don't remember that?
is basically the battery for this hellish simulation he's creating. Well, the higher realms, they want that. He has a hull, does he be jealous of? Exactly. Yaldabaoth basically outs himself as an insecure fraud. Little does he know, Sophia and the higher eons are watching all this go down. They're appalled at what he's doing, but they also realize something. Yaldabaoth may be a mistake, but he has a spark of Sophia's divine power in him. And that light is basically the battery for this hellish simulation he's creating. Well, the higher realms, they want that spark back, and to ultimately save whatever light gets trapped in his creation. So they give Yaldabaoth a quick glimpse of the reflection of the higher realms. All right, why the hell would they do that? Let's find out. The story goes that one day, Yaldabaoth and his archons hear a voice from beyond, the voice of the higher realms echoing down into the darkness, and the image of the first man appeared. The first man, he appeared in the form of a human being. So this is Adamus. Remember the divine pattern of the perfect human?
Did y'all just hear that? Did y'all just hear that? So, being that God had a child that you wasn't supposed to make this, put him on this earth, trapped him right there, right? But he did have a little. He did have a little light. Had a little light, but just he a little dim. Can't do nothing down there. The nigga ignorant, right? That nigga ignorant. Nigga stuck. This is the original ignorant nigga that they talking about. Nigga, he got a little dim light, but this little ignorant ass nigga. This is what they're talking about, y'all. He put that nigga down here. They made a nigga. She accidentally made a nigga. Not a black man, and made a nigga. Made a racist ass cracker. She accidentally made the lowest form of herself. Or him, she, him, whatever. See? It don't matter. Everybody 50-50. Everybody got a feminine and masculine side. You're just supposed to have a balance. You ain't supposed to be too masculine, too feminine. Unless you're a female, you're supposed to be over feminine. If you're a male, you're supposed to be over masculine. But recognize that you do have, you know, somewhat of both.
The being that rules on the same level as Christ? Well, when his reflection appeared, he appeared in the form of a human being. So this is Adamus. Remember.
So, but think about this, y'all. So, say you got this being down here, and yes, it's made by the Almighty or whatever, but it's ignorant. It's at a low light. Got a little light, low light. So they tried to get it to give back that light by sending it a image of this perfect human being that was created. This Superman showed it an image. I don't know if it could have been a white man, black man. We don't know. They just showed it that perfect human that they were going to show it. Because they ain't taking their ass down there to that ignorance. They too high up there. So it's like dropping down like a fishing pole. They had to drop down like, you know what I'm saying? They can't, you can't go back. You ever been around some niggas that's so ignorant you can't even sit in a room with them? You can't go around and be around motherfuckers at the lowest of ignorance when you done rose up out of that shit. So they couldn't go down there the actual, like, hey, nigga, let me get that little light back. You know what I'm saying? But this is the devil's world.
Remember the divine pattern of the perfect human, the being that rules on the same level as Christ? Well, when his reflection appeared, the entire realm of shadow shook. All of the realm of the chief ruler quaked. The foundations of the abyss moved. The archons are basically stunned by this brief vision or reflection of a higher reality. And so what does Yaldabaoth do? Well, playing creator, he decides to make a creature in imitation of the divine realm that he dimly perceives from the patterns of the light he stole. Why does he do this? Well, other Gnostic texts, like the Apocalypse of Adam, tells us it was because he wanted to create slaves. I did an entire video about that. You should go check it out. So
we're gonna have to go check out the Book of Adam. It say he wanted to create slaves, but we already know that. We already know that's part of the whole Nephilim. We already know that's part of the whole fallen angel story. That's a whole part of the Watcher story. You know, there was 200 Watchers, 20 of them decide to, you know, to rebel. They start, you know, they're known as the Anunnaki. That don't mean that's what they were known back then, but over all the texts, over every country, there's a different name for them, but the story still changes. I mean, the story still stays the same. And those out of those, they started coming into the son of men, which a lot of them were men that they created, and created a race of giants. And then them giants created more races of giants, and it went on and on and on and on. It was a whole fucking shit show. It was a whole shit show.
Yaldabaoth has a meeting with his minions and says, let's create a man after the image we saw. Notice this is parroting the Genesis line in the Bible, let us make man in our image. They want to copy the form of the perfect human. Adamus, that they glimpsed, hoping to harness its power for themselves. Now, this is a key twist. In Genesis, God makes man in his image. In the secret book, the fake god Yaldabaoth makes man in another image, a pre-existing divine archetype that he barely understands. So humanity's form is divine, but the one shaping it here isn't. And so the first human...
The book of John. And he's speaking from the book of Adam also. So...
power for themselves. Now, this is a key twist. In Genesis, God makes man in his image. In the secret book, the fake god Yaldabaoth makes man in another image, a pre-existing divine archetype that he barely understands. So humanity's form is divine, but the one shaping it here isn't. And so the first human is created, Adam. But keep in mind, at this point, Adam still isn't a physical being. This is like a mental image of Adam, an immaterial being. But the problem is that the being just lays there, lifeless and unmoving. And here's where Sophia and the other eons pull the ultimate con on Yaldabaoth. So they see their chance to get back Sophia's stolen light and uplift this new creature, and they trick the demiurge. How? They whisper to Yaldabaoth, breathe your spirit into the man's face so that he may move. Okay, again, why the hell would they do that? See, the eons of light are more powerful than the archons, but if they descend into their dark realm, there's a chance they could become stuck or corrupted. In fact, take a look at Sophia. Even Sophia can't reach the highest realms of the pleroma anymore. Why? Because Yaldabaoth stole some of her light, so she's stuck in this middle realm known as the ninth sphere. But if the eons trick Yaldabaoth to put his light into his creation, that light can destroy it from the inside out. Yaldabaoth, being arrogant and clueless, does exactly that.
So y'all, when they say we need to get back to God, we try to get back, but we got to do it as a collective consciousness. And shit, that ain't going good right now.
He infuses Adam with his own power. Yaldabaoth blew some of his spirit into the man. That spirit was the divine power of his mother. So in giving life to Adam, he literally spits out the last bit of the source in him, the light he stole from Sophia, and it goes into us. The trap worked flawlessly. The text says, the human body moved, it grew powerful, it shone. For the first time, the archons see their creation alive, and not just alive, but radiant. And guess what? He's way smarter than any of the archons. His understanding was far greater than that of those who had created him, greater even than that of the chief ruler himself. Because Adam is based on the divine patterns of the eternal realm and just had the power of light breathed into him, Adam basically just out-leveled his creators without having to farm any XP. Think of...
So imagine you being smarter than the devil that's tricking you and you just don't realize it. You motherfucker ain't got no soul.
Think of it like an AI program that becomes smarter than its creators. Yaldabaoth's reaction? Rage, envy. All the demons are envious because Yaldabaoth gave Adam all his power, and they realize they can't destroy Adam. His light is indestructible, remember? So they go for plan B, bury him alive. They took him and cast him down into the lowest depths of the material world. Essentially, they exile Adam into a lower realm, aka Earth, and then create a material body to contain and trap his light. The archons cobble this new material body together from earth, water, fire, and wind. Pretty standard, but also
Say what now? They made his body from what? Just breeze past that. We'll go back and catch that in context.
spits out the last bit of the source in him, the light he stole from Sophia, and it goes into us. The trap worked flawlessly. The text says, the human body moved, it grew powerful, it shone. For the first time, the archons see their creation alive, and not just alive, but radiant. And guess what? He's way smarter than any of the archons. His understanding was far greater than that of those who had created him, greater even than that of the chief ruler himself. Because Adam is based on the divine patterns of...
So this person that they thought that he was making, which is the first, which is the Adam that the Bible speaks of, but he ain't talking about the first human that was made, you know, through thought. It's the imitation. As above, as below.
Of the eternal realm and just had the power of light breathed into him, Adam basically just out-leveled his creators without having to farm any XP. Think of it like an AI program that becomes smarter than its creators. Yaldabaoth's reaction? Rage, envy. All the demons are envious because...
Rage, envy, hate, all the shit that Satan got, right? All the shit that you would fear in your subconscious. How it's, you know, if you don't know there's nothing else in the world you got is, you know, you got thought. Anything that you've done in your lifetime, the first thing you had to do is think about it. Anything important in your life, first thing you had to do is think about it. Your next move always your best move. And once you get your thoughts together, once you get your mental health together, once you envision what you need to do, once you put yourself in a position of creating, of whatever, however you feel like you have to connect to your most highest power, whatever you got to do, whatever you want to call it, you can contain it and say, hey, it's a God. But you better realize the effect that energy takes on you.
Yaldabaoth gave Adam all his power, and they realize they can't destroy Adam. His light is indestructible, remember? So they go for plan B, bury him alive.
And when they speak of light, this means your energy. That energy that you are given, you know what I'm saying, that can be controlled. Because you got to realize a lot of these things that they speak of are metaphorically parts of your ego, parts of your personality, parts of your everyday things that you don't realize have to come in harmony and be balanced. Stuff like love, thought. I mean, just the thought of everything. Y'all get what I'm saying. I know I ain't hitting every... But when you think about it, you'll get what I'm saying as far as like every emotion. Everything that's described as far as an emotion or how you live righteous. The most important aspects of living righteous. Let's just put it like that. And it's in every language, every culture. Everybody can agree upon what living righteous is. Now, whether you're doing it or not, or whether you faking like you're doing it.
They took him and cast him down into the lowest depths of the material world. Essentially, they exile Adam into a lower realm, aka Earth, and then create a material body to contain and trap his light. The Archons cobble this new material body together from earth, water, fire, and wind, pretty standard, but also mix it with matter, darkness, desire, and the artificial spirit. The text says, this all became a tomb, a new kind of body. A tomb. Let that sink in. According to the Gnostics, your body wasn't built as a temple, it was built as a cage, a tomb of flesh to trap divinity. But here's something really cool. Remember that the perfect human is called Adamus?
Oh no, man. Don't tell us that, man. We been motherfucking taking care of this body. Are you telling me all this taking care of this body and trying to look good and shit don't even matter? God damn. So you could be the ugliest motherfucker on the planet, huh? You could be first in line for the, you know, for higher consciousness.
Your body wasn't built as a temple, it was built as a cage, a tomb of flesh to trap divinity. But here's something really cool. Remember
to trap divinity.
Tomb. Let that sink in. According to the Gnostics, your body wasn't built as a temple, it was built as a cage, a tomb of flesh to trap divinity.
And that's according to the Gnostics. You don't have to believe that shit. This could just be another situation of white folks goddamn shit. There might be another guideline for, well, we don't know if the Nazis were white or black. But they was some folks way back in the days because they could have been black. I don't know. Sometimes it matters, sometimes it don't. But this just what the text say. This is what they wanted to make sure they burnt all these folks shit because these folks, they ain't like what they were saying. The church they was the church biggest ops. Yeah. But yeah, you can believe it or not. I'm just saying, I'm just putting out the shit. I'm not telling y'all what to think. I'm just pointing in some directions. If y'all want to do the research, you want to know some, a little starting point or whatever, you want to know more about it, I got you.
But here's something really cool. Remember that the perfect human is called Adamus? Well, why did the Archons call the man they created Adam? Well, there's a secret hidden here. While Adamus is the Greek word for indestructible, Adama is the Hebrew word for dirt, ground, or earth. So the physical Adam is related to the finite material world, or Adama, while the spiritual Adamas is from the indestructible eternal realms of light. Pretty cool, right? So the Archons bind Adam in this meat suit, surround him with distraction, ignorance, and mortality. The text says, those thieves bound the man in it and chained him in forgetfulness, made him subject to dying. And so all of us, we're born into that same condition, forgetting where we came from, forgetting what we are, that we were beings of light, but now we're trapped in bodies. But how can we return to the realms of light? Well, that light is still within, and Sophia, or wisdom, isn't done helping us. All right, so there's Adam, now in the lowest region of the material world, effectively our earthly realm, and the Gnostics considered Earth to be hell, the abyss. But the Archons need to keep this human blinded to his own power. So they create a fake paradise. It is the Garden of Eden, a kind of simulation like a spiritual matrix. They put Adam there, but it's described as a place of deception. The rulers took the man and put him into paradise. They told him to eat freely. Their food is bitter. Their beauty is corrupt. Their food is deceit. Their trees are ungodliness. Their fruit is poison. Their promise is death. They even give Adam...
Shit, that sounds like where we at right now, really. Hey, beauty corrupt, yeah. All that shit. Don't that sound like what we living in right now? Their food is bitter. Their beauty is corrupt. Their food is deceit. The trees are ungodliness. The fruit is poison. The promise is death. That's pretty much what we're living through right now, right? So it's like the Alpha and Omega, like
ungodliness. Their fruit is poison. Their promise is death. They even give Adam access to the tree of life, but Jesus reveals that it's actually the tree of their life, which in this twisted version is more like the tree of enslavement, symbolizing the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. The text says, its root is bitter, its branches are dead, its shadow is hatred, its leaves are deception. The nectar of wickedness is in its blossoms, its fruit is death, its seed is desire, it flowers in the darkness. Those who eat from it are denizens of Hades. Darkness is their resting place. So clearly this tree of life was a trap and was actually the tree of death. But what about the tree of knowledge? Of course, they forbid Adam to eat from it. But why the hell would they put the tree of knowledge in there to begin with? To answer that question, we have to talk about Eve. And this is where the story gets crazy. Now, the higher realms of light, they aren't going to leave Adam defenseless. The mother father sees Adam, now a luminous soul, thrown into forgetfulness and trapped in matter. So the text says, he sent down from his good spirit a helper for Adam. Out of his great compassion, a light-filled epinoia emerged, and he called her life, Zoe. All right, there's a few awesome secrets to unpack here. First, he sends down a light-filled epinoia to help Adam. All right, so what the hell is that? Well, epinoia means purposeful thought. It's the power of basically self-reflection, imagination, insight. The exact thing you'd need to wake the hell up if an evil, megalomaniac, lion-faced dragon guy just made you forget what you are. Second, remember the rule of Gnosticism? Thoughts become beings. So this epinoia of light is personified as a woman called Life, or Zoe, because Zoe in Greek literally means life. So who is Zoe and where does she come from? Well, in another Gnostic text called On the Origin of the World, it's revealed that Zoe is actually Sophia's daughter sent to help out Adam. Pretty cool, right? But it gets even cooler. Because when Zoe manifests in the material world, she's called Eve. And guess what? The name Eve in Hebrew is Chava, and it means life. There are secrets all over these books.
Damn. I mean, I guess if you start reading the other books, I ain't saying it right, I ain't saying it wrong, but hey, if it's said in the book, hey, I'd rather read the text that be on the walls. But hell, hey, if you're gonna read the books, you're gonna say the books are right, hey, if they had it in the book, it was in the book. Divine self-reflection, though.
Zoe equals life, equals epinoia, equals divine.
So they're pretty much saying when, oh, never mind, let me just play it.
Self-reflection. So she's the light of awareness planted inside the human experience. Zoe is kind of a divine rescue plan for humanity. She lives in all of us and represents our ability to reflect on our own divine nature. So what happens when Zoe, or Eve, shows up in the garden? She aids the entire creation, working with him, restoring him to the fullness. She taught Adam about the way he could ascend. In other words, Zoe reminds Adam of his real origins and shows him the path back to the pleroma. But Zoe isn't walking around in a material body. This is happening in Adam's consciousness as the voice of spiritual intuition inside him. So at first, Zoe is hidden inside Adam. The light-filled epinoia was hidden in Adam so that the rulers wouldn't know about her, for epinoia would repair the disaster that their mother, Sophia, had caused. So at this point, Adam and Zoe, they're one, and Adam is starting to remember what he is. This is why other Gnostic texts, like the Apocalypse of Adam, say that Adam and Eve were originally a single divine being, because Zoe is Eve. So the real Eve is this inner enlightenment, a spark of Sophia's power hidden in Adam's soul. As long as Adam listens to that inner voice, the Archons are in trouble. So the Archons realize that, hey, Adam is starting to remember what he is. So what do? Well, they try to perform a kind of psychic surgery on him to remove Eve. The chief ruler tried to remove her from his ribcage, but epinoia cannot be captured. All right, so he tries to cut her out, but he couldn't do it. So what does he do instead? The text indicates that Yaldabaoth was able to remove or reduce the epinoia in Adam by trapping that power in the body of a woman. The chief ruler did remove a portion of his power from Adam to create a person with a woman's form. All right, so now we have Adam and Eve as two persons in the material garden. What does this mean symbolically?
So it mean the devil made sure he gonna always try to make sure he split up the man and the woman?
Well, Adam represents the mind and Eve represents self-reflection. So as long as those two powers are separate, the mind can't reflect on itself and remember what it is. But here's the thing, Yaldabaoth's plan wasn't completely successful, because even if these two powers are separated, they can still remember if they start to work together. The text says, Adam saw the woman standing next to him. The light-filled epinoia immediately.
But at the same time, it don't physically mean a man and a woman. I mean, but that it does remind you of the female and the male species. But when you think of it in a mental state, it does make a lot of sense also. When you're not self-reflecting on yourself, when you're going through stuff and you're not taking accountability or whatever, that could be one of the main things that can stop you from moving forward with what you got going on.
Appeared to him. She raised up the veil that dulled his mind. He sobered up from the dark drunkenness, and he recognized his own counterpart. Okay, so now Adam and Eve, they're in separate bodies, but they're still partners. So they're in this kind of half-awake state. Now, this is where the tree of knowledge comes in. Remember, they were forbidden to eat from it? And we asked, well, why the hell would they put it in there to begin. She raised up the veil that dulled his mind. The light, remember, they start to work together. The text says, Adam saw the woman standing next to him. The light-filled epinoia immediately appeared to him. She raised up the veil that dulled his mind. He sobered up from the dark drunkenness, and he recognized his own counterpart. Okay, so now Adam and Eve, they're in separate bodies, but they're still partners. So they're in this kind of half-awake state. Now, this is where the tree of knowledge comes in. Remember, they were forbidden to eat from it? And we asked, well, why the hell would they put it in there to begin with? Well, another Gnostic text on the origin of the world, which I also did a video on, has the answer. They didn't put it in there. It was actually Eve. Okay, not the material Eve.
Nigga say that voice that you hear when niggas say, nigga did not tell you. I'm talking about, that's exactly what he talking about. That's exactly what he talking about. You ever had that voice in the head like, nigga, I told you so. Nigga, man, you stupid motherfucker. Man, I know it, boy. I be hit, boy. I done did it before, bruh. I done had that voice in my head cussing my ass out like, you stupid mother. Can't even be mad at yourself. Like they're telling you about that consciousness, who's talking to you, who's protecting you, what you, man. My bad. Some people, hey, the mass unconsciousness, they fucked up right now, you know, so they gonna try to stop this. So y'all pay attention.
Go on, has the answer.
Merry motherfucking Christmas.
They
If you
didn't put it in there. It was actually Eve. Okay, not the material Eve, but her higher form as Zoe. I know that might kind of sound confusing, but think of it like this. Just like Adam put it next on the origin of the world, this is with bodies, but they're still partners. So they're in this kind of half-awake state. Now, this is where the tree of knowledge comes in. Remember, they were forbidden to eat from it? And we asked, well, why the hell would they put it in there to begin with? Well, another Gnostic text on the origin of the world, which I also did a video on, has the answer. They didn't put it in there. It was actually Eve. Okay, not the material Eve, but her higher form as Zoe. I know that might kind of sound confusing.
Nah, not really, because if she's pretty much is pretty much part of the divine, because there's no single God. If you get what they're saying when they're saying about the divine, it's all aspects of, you know, of I guess good deeds. Would you? I don't know. It's hard to put into a vocabulary, in my opinion, which is, I think, a fair overstanding.
But think of it like this. Just like Adam is the material version of Adamus, Eve is the material version of Zoe. So Adamus and Zoe are like the divine blueprints, or the higher selves, the real ones. And they're both working from the top floor of the divine tower, trying to wake up their lower halves from the basement.
Just pretty much your consciousness trying to wake your ass up all the damn time. I know mine be trying, but I be falling asleep like a motherfucker. We all still be falling asleep like a motherfucker. They trying to wake us up.
So Zoe slips the red pill into the matrix, the tree of knowledge. It's packed with epinoia of light, the power of self-awareness. It's not a trap, it's a freaking rescue beacon. So the Archons, they didn't put it there. And remember what the text says, that epinoia can't be captured. So they couldn't get rid of the thing. So according to the Bible, the tree of knowledge was a kind of test to see if Adam and Eve would obey. But Gnosticism is like, no, it's because they couldn't get rid of it. The best they could do is lie about it and tell Adam and Eve that if they eat from it, they die. It's spiritual propaganda. But remember in the Bible, the serpent tempts Eve to eat from the tree? Well, the Gnostics flip the script again, because in the secret book of John, Christ himself causes them to eat. Yeah, you heard that right. And if this is blowing your mind, make sure you hit like and subscribe, because this isn't just...
Now, if that's the case, right, what would the church say? The church was like, oh, that's some blasphemy, that's some demon worship, that's the way to get you to worship the devil. That's why we took it out the Bible. And nobody wins but the winners of war. I'm just saying.
member for exclusive content, check out my books and downloads in the garden, but not as a serpent. Links are in the description. All right, so Jesus reveals that he was in the garden, but not as a serpent, but as an eagle. Jesus said, I appeared as an eagle perched on the tree of knowledge in order to teach them and raise them up from the depths of sleep.
Oh, man. As an eagle. They ain't say nothing about no eagle in the Bible. They told about the snake, but they ain't say shit about the eagle. Tell me more.
On the tree of knowledge in order to teach them and raise them up from the depths of sleep. He even directly says, I caused them to eat. So Christ is essentially saying, hey guys, eat the fruit, wake up. In mainstream.
And damn, they lied about that. They try to give credit to the snake. The devil is a lie. God damn. I mean, as if this true. I mean, everything is possible. I like a good, we'll all find out when we get out of here, whenever wherever you at.
Christianity, Eve is the first sinner, but according to Gnosticism, she's the first liberator. Her higher self planted the tree, her material self ate from it, Christ backed her up, and she gave some to Adam. All right, so what happens? Well, their spiritual eyes open. They realize they're not in paradise. They're in a trap. They realize Yaldabaoth is a fraud, and the text says they realize they're naked. And no, it's not about them suddenly needing pants. This is symbolic. They realized they were naked of knowledge. They became conscious of their ignorance. So Yaldabaoth, the control freak, is totally furious about his orders being defied. When he discovers Adam and Eve have woken up a bit, he goes completely apeshit. Not only that, but he realizes that this Eve lady is a huge problem. So he sets his sights on her to try and limit her power. He tells man to be her master, essentially embedding patriarchy and misogyny in the world, and then he casts both of them out of paradise, dressing them in heavy darkness. Remember how they realized they were naked? Well, here Yaldabaoth clothes them in darkness, meaning the Archons tried again to smother their newfound knowledge with even more ignorance, fear, and forgetfulness. But it doesn't stop there. Barbelo, the great mother father, sees that Yaldabaoth is about to target Eve. And so, when she saw what was going to happen, she sent assistants to remove divine life from Eve. In other words, she removed the true light and life from Eve, leaving behind the material body. Okay, so seriously, no joke, what I'm about to say is disturbing, but it's in the text. So, trigger warning, the demiurge sexually assaults Eve. Yeah, you heard that right. The secret book is quite frank. Yaldabaoth essayed Eve. She bore 2 sons. All right, so...
Dang. That's some dark stuff right there, man. Now, we ought to know what that's like.
What's going on here? Well, Yaldabaoth...
Because they took the light out of her. When they took the light out of her, she probably... When Adam left and all that, she the one got on the bite the apple and they done left and all that. And he kept talking about that conscious shit, but they was broke. She went back to go fuck where the money was. Because they done took the light back. She ain't even know it. He ain't even know it. Left Adam fucked up when they had babies from the devil.
Yaldabaoth sees Eve as a huge threat, and she's essentially undoing his creation by letting the light in. So he figures if he pollutes her light with darkness, he can keep humanity in ignorance. But Barbelo already removed the light from Eve. So Yaldabaoth assaults just the material aspect and can't touch the light. So according to the secret book of John, Cain and Abel are born from the material version of Eve being assaulted by Yaldabaoth. According to the text, from that point on, sexual intercourse has persisted, meaning
and they was putting the babies on Adam. Remember they said Adam and Eve, and they had Cain and Abel. Nah, it wasn't they. She had Cain and Abel. Mama's baby, daddy's maybe. They didn't tell about that part. That's the part they took out of the Bible. You know how you meet a girl and she's pure when you first meet her? And everything all good, and then goddamn, you take her to a goddamn Diddy party, and They take their light back from her. I'm just saying. That's pretty much what they saying, you know. Everybody be innocent at first. A good girl gone bad. They took that light back. Yep. That's pretty much what happened. She had a baby with the devil. 2 babies. Tried to put it on Adam, the first man. Man that say, but at least she got him out of there. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like the story of life, man. This story happens all the time.
Humanity began reproducing in the physical way, trapping soul after soul in matter through the Archon's design of fleshly birth. Yaldabaoth's plan is to keep multiplying bodies and funneling spirits into them to keep humans busy with desires and distractions generation after generation. But there's more to this story, because Adam was able to use a kind of spiritual intercourse to counter Yaldabaoth's plan. So Adam has intercourse with the real Eve, the higher Eve, the light-filled version, and they bore a son named Seth. Now this is absolutely critical. It's so critical, in fact, that
because Seth they did talk about Seth in the real Bible, though.
Many scholars call the Gnostics who wrote the secret book of John Sethians. So why is Seth such a big deal? All right, think about it. Cain and Abel weren't the real sons of Adam and Eve. They were the sons of Yaldabaoth and the material version of Eve. But Seth, he was the true union of Adam and the higher Eve, the light of life itself. And so on a symbolic level, Seth represents the reunion of the forces of the masculine Adam and the feminine Eve, meaning it represents the ability of the mind to self-reflect and realize what it is. And according to the Gnostics, and even the Bible itself, we're all descendants of Seth. So this means that humanity has the masculine and feminine principles fundamentally embedded within themselves, within each individual person. And if we unite them by looking within, we can realize our divinity. But there's still a problem. The text says, the chief ruler, though, forced the humans to drink from waters of forgetfulness so that they might not know their true place of origin. I know this guy is a huge dick, right? In other words, the realization of our true origin, it's not automatic. It can be covered by ignorance. This means that we have to do the work to unite our inner opposites and self-reflect to realize the truth. And even though Yaldabaoth tried to keep them in ignorance, it didn't last forever. The children of Seth, they started to wake up. When the chief Archon learned that their mental ability surpassed his, he wanted to put a stop to their thought, but he did not know the extent of their mental superiority, and he could not stop them. In other words, this means we're always more powerful than the darkness of ignorance, but it's up to us to activate that power.
Shit, that's damn near impossible because there's so many of us. Shit, so much goddamn ignorance going on in this world. And think about, if you got 365 demons, powerful demons that been here for thousands, 500,000 years, right? Because remember, the demons are the ones who come from the fallen angels, the children of the fallen angels who died. So all the giants and shit who died. I got to get a number of how many giants they said was on the earth. I think it is in the Bible. I have to double check on that. But there was a lot of giants that was on the earth. So when they died, that was a lot of spirits that still, you know what I'm saying, out there. And those giants had babies too. There was generations of them giants and all of their kids and all that. And when they got washed away by the major flood, yeah, they died, but that was a lot of dead spirits on this earth. That was a lot of dead spirits on this earth that ain't supposed to be here. I'm just saying.
Yaldabaoth tries multiple times to wipe out or enslave humanity completely, but the true light outsmarts him at every turn. The Secret Book of John says Yaldabaoth eventually came to regret everything he had created. He decided to bring a great flood upon creation, upon mankind. So according to the Bible, God floods the world because humanity is becoming sinful. But according to the Gnostics, it's because humanity is waking up and refusing to worship him. According to this text,
and this kind of goes with the Anunnaki shit. Now, y'all got to realize we're looking at this from the Bible standpoint, but we're not looking at this. Yesterday, we looked at this from the oldest written text of mankind, which was the Sumerian standpoint. So, yes, they're speaking of the same people. They're just speaking from different, perspectives. Because it's the same thing when it came to Enki and Enlil. One of them decided to, hey, flood the earth, while the other one got the fuck on. Because they had done made all of these abomination beings, these giants, all of this shit like that. So, we, like I say, either the Bible tell the story or the walls tell the story. Whatever the story tell, they all telling kind of the same story, just that they put different players in.
the descendants of Seth, they actually hid in a cloud of light. Symbolically, this means that those who had the light of knowledge were saved from the flood of ignorance. Salvation in Gnostic terms is awakening, remembering who you really are and where you come from. When Christ came as Jesus, he essentially spread the message that the kingdom is within you. Of course, mainstream religion, servants of the archons, tried to silence and twist that message. But Christ's message didn't die. It just went underground into texts like the Secret Book of John and was passed around among mystics and seekers. And now it's no coincidence that it's reaching you. This knowledge is back, and we're spreading it like fire through the algorithm. The Secret Book of John says, I entered the prison. The body is the prison. And I cried out, rise up, remember what you have heard. Trace back your roots to me, the merciful one. Guard against the demons of poverty and chaos, those who would bind you. Awaken, stay awake. Rise out of the depths of the underworld. Christ then tells John to take this secret information and spread it across the world. I have told you everything now so that you can write it all down and share it with your fellow spirits secretly. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. Instead of dusty scrolls passed around reaching a handful of people, through the viral power of social media, we're reaching millions. The Great Awakening is here right now, and you're part of it. Now, it's okay if your mind is reeling. You might be feeling a mix of, what did I just hear? And also, somehow this rings true deep down. So that's usually what Gnosis feels like. It's like remembering something that you'd forgotten. But what does this really mean for you personally? The important thing to remember about all this is that it didn't happen literally. All of this is a kind of coded metaphor that reveals an even deeper secret. This is about the very structure of your soul. Ready for the biggest twist? Here it is. Gnostic stories aren't just sci-fi fantasy theology. They're maps of the human psyche. Depth psychologists like Carl Jung were obsessed with the Gnostics. He even wore a Gnostic ring. Why? Because their stories map out the transformation of the soul, the mind. In other words, the characters in these stories represent forces within you right now. That's why it resonates so much. So what is this story really saying about you? Well, the one, it's the source of all reality, but it also represents your higher self, the divine core of your being, the pure I am presence. Carl Jung called it the self with a capital S, the totality of the psyche that transcends the individual ego, and it's experienced as a God within. It's your wholeness, your true center. Now, Barbelo, the first thought, the mother, this is like this superconscious creative imagination of the higher self, the ground of archetypes. Barbelo is the part of the psyche that holds the blueprints of the mind itself. She's the inner voice that channels the powers of the one into forms you can understand, like dreams, symbols, and intuitions. And the eons, all those emanations.
Dreams, symbols, intuition. What y'all always say, the women's intuition, the Barbelos. Don't even realize
of light and concepts like understanding, life, truth, etc., they're the various aspects of your own higher mind. They form the pleroma, or fullness, or wholeness of your potential psyche. Now, this is inherent within you, but it's often unconscious. It's up to us to make it conscious. And Sophia, or wisdom, well, she can be seen as your own consciousness, venturing out, trying to understand itself by creating an image apart. This is like when our ego splits off from the higher self. Now, Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, is the ego itself, more specifically, the ego inflated with ignorance that's cut off from the life, more from creating an image apart. This is
creating the image apart, reaching outside. See, it's kind of like, on some real shit, it's like telling you about we do it all the time. We make a bad decision that wasn't wise. We knew it wasn't wise. And we end up creating something of an image of our bad decision. And most of the time it's with like procreating with somebody we ain't had no goddamn business procreating with. Think about what he just said.
Now, this is inherent within you, but it's often unconscious. It's up to us to make it conscious. And Sophia, or wisdom, well, she can be seen as your own consciousness, venturing out, trying to understand itself by creating an image apart. This is like when our
trying to understand yourself, trying to understand yourself and creating an image apart of you. You have to deal with it. We all do it. It's inherent in us. We break apart from our balanced self, and we do things that we know we shouldn't be damn doing that makes our life harder, more stressful, brings us further away from the light, can't concentrate, working like slaves, stay in the darkness, stay in the ignorance, and press replay, teach our kids the same shit over and over and over. Stay separated. Stay trying to repair shit. Bring in thought into the physical world. And thought is pretty much where it's at. Universal thought is even worse. All because they, we still got a little bit of their light. They would love to get their light and get the fuck on.
Our ego splits off from the higher self. Now, Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, is the ego itself, more specifically, the ego inflated with ignorance that's cut off from the light. Yaldabaoth is the personification of the ego and shadow complex. Your ego says, I am the real self, there is no self besides me, but of course, really, your higher self exists above it. Just like Yaldabaoth says, I am the only God, there is no other besides me, when the one exists above him. Yaldabaoth is the blind spot of your psyche that arrogantly thinks it's the whole show. The archons, they're the negative thought patterns, complexes, and societal programs that arise from the ego and shadow self. They correspond to what Jung called autonomous complexes, or the forces of the personal and collective unconscious that hinder individuation. Think of archons like inner predators: fear, greed, anger, ignorance, conformity, all the forces that keep your mind in the box. They rule our lower nature.
All racist folks. Think about all of those, what he just said.
There is no other besides me, when the one exists above him. Yaldabaoth is the blind spot of your psyche that arrogantly thinks it's the whole show. The archons, they're the negative thought patterns, complexes, and societal programs that arise from the ego and shadow self. They correspond to what Jung called autonomous complexes, or the forces of the personal and collective unconscious that hinder individuation. Think of archons like inner predators: fear, greed, anger, ignorance, conformity, all the forces that keep your mind in the box. They rule our lower nature. The secret book even says the archons implanted a counterfeit spirit in us.
So they put a counterfeit spirit in us, and it usually operates, I believe, in my opinion, in your lower vibration. So remember when they created us, they put a spirit in us, and they used to say, "Yeah, you made of what the devil put in you. You got a little God and you got a little devil in you."
Conformity, all the forces that keep your mind in the box. They rule our lower nature. The secret book even says the archons
They rule your lower nature, though. They rule your lower nature. So that's why you got to stay at a higher nature. Because you'll do some crazy shit, but when you're at your lowest, vibration, when you're at your lowest nature.
They correspond to what Jung called autonomous complexes, or the forces of the personal and collective unconscious that hinder individuation. Think of archons like inner predators: fear, greed, anger, ignorance, conformity, all the forces that keep your mind in the box. They rule our lower nature. The secret book even says the archons implanted a counterfeit spirit in us, an imposter self that confuses and deceives. And Adam and Eve, they represent the opposite aspects of our psyche. In other words, Adam and Eve aren't real people. They represent the mental functions associated with the left and right hemispheres of the brain. When your rational mind, Adam, and your intuition, Eve, work in harmony.
What if affiliate marketing was as easy as making...
Man, you see how those goddamn commercials do, but they'll put them jokers right in the middle of some good information. That's all good. It's in your subconscious mind. They working on your subconscious mind, y'all.
Deceives. And Adam and Eve, they represent the opposite aspects of our psyche. In other words, Adam and Eve aren't real people. They represent the mental functions associated with the left and right hemispheres of the brain. When your rational mind, Adam, and your intuition, Eve, work in harmony, they produce Seth, which is enlightened consciousness, the awakened self, the child of mind and wisdom. But the ego, remember, splits them. It tries to keep your rational mind and intuitive wisdom apart. Patriarchal culture, stemming from archons, often suppress the Eve aspect or make it look like it's weak. Intuition, the feminine insight, that's an echo of Yaldabaoth making Adam rule Eve. Why? Because a union of your reason and intuition is dangerous to ignorance. When Adam and Eve support each other, the full picture emerges. Now always remember, this has nothing to do with literal gender. It's a metaphor for the opposite energies within me, within you, within all of us. We could just say positive and negative, or left brain and right brain, etc. Now Christ is that messenger of your higher self. In other words, it's the voice within you that encourages you to seek truth. Now that could arise as a burning curiosity or a gut feeling that what I've been told by the world isn't the whole truth. That's the Christ spark urging you to take a bite of the fruit of knowledge. But it's not apart from you, it is you. It's all within you.
And you notice a lot of people, they're scared to answer that question that's inside of them, especially out loud. If you come from like a very strict household, as far as like religion and everything, you're scared to question these type of things. Your grandma might bust your damn lip. So my grandma, what about some knocking your ass out? Yeah, get your ass out here talking about some Anunnaki. You better have your ass to church tomorrow. Yeah. Coming up, you wasn't able to question the goddamn thing. I ain't lying. And still, a lot of people are trained where they can't. They can't take this shit to their brothers or cousins or, unless they got to a point in their life where they're asking more questions also.
So taken together, this entire story is about you. You are a divine soul of the one who, through the adventures of consciousness, or Sophia's fall, ended up with an ego that thinks it's the boss, Yaldabaoth. That ego spun a false world of thoughts and identifications, archons in your head, that trap and split your inner divine spark, Adam and Eve. But hidden in you is the intuitive memory of your divine self.
Man, that shit there too confusing for these niggas. Y'all niggas look at me. Look at me. Follow me. I am your God. And, you know, do what I say. You don't want to make God mad. These folks knew that you can't you could try to explain, teach everybody something. Well, you could. You could teach everybody if you wanted to. They too far along now, though. Oh, man. Yeah, it's over now. Nah, yeah, you ain't gonna test your grandma.
Epinoia, Eve, which if activated can join with your conscious mind, Adam, to produce an awakened self, Seth, the real you, whole and free. And the Christ spark is the part of you helping all along, through sudden insights, through teachings, symbols, trying to get you to eat from the fruit of knowledge, to realize what you are. This is the forbidden knowledge that was suppressed. And so why did the early church freak out and label these texts as heresy? Well, because if people believed God is within them, and the so-called Almighty is a blind fool, that undercuts the entire power structure of external religion and empire.
I can agree to that, but I thought that was a pretty good breakdown of that little, that little bit. Man, it's just, hey, it's all Bible talk, Hell, the stories are crazy. The stories are wild. So, like I said, yesterday we went over the origins of Christmas and how the pagan holidays were because people celebrated, well, the Watchers, who was so-called sent down by so-called a bigger God, pretty much the God that's from the Bible. It's either this guy here that sound was made from itself, from the Almighty God, created the devil. I guess that's what they could say. But we also have the Anunnaki, right? And some of them have certain ways of carrying what can be called some of the devil's work too, or some of them can be nice and good. I don't know. But let's see. Do we have any other? Let's see about other books real quick. So we went over the Nikola Tesla thing with the energy. Okay. So I want to go over a little bit of Dr. Billy Carson and what he's teaching when it comes to the Anunnaki. So I want to react to a little bit of what he's going to say. But in my theory, I'm thinking that, yes, these beings came down. They decided to, rebel against their little, the 200. They say 200 came down. 20 of them decided to rebel. They start making little men and shit, which is the humans, and start having sex with them, start having babies. But I think a lot of them did not have souls, because when they died, they created these demons, and the world was wild as hell, pretty much like it is now. And you have the Christ, you have the consciousness, the almighty consciousness that is within a large amount of humans, but you definitely can see that there's a large amount of humans that do not have a soul. They have a demon in them, or whatever you want to call them. But hey, we're just studying. I'm just getting an understanding. Like, y'all, I don't know shit. I'm just, going down the rabbit hole. Y'all tell me what y'all see in the rabbit hole. Look up the Vatican Vault. I've seen something about the Vatican Vault, but I'll look it back up. I haven't looked about it in a while, because I figured whatever they got in the Vatican Vault, they ain't gonna let you know about the real shit. But oh yeah, I know they got some shit though.
These beings, according
All right, so let's check out little Billy Carson, man. Let's see what he had to say about these Anunnaki.
Decided that they would make man in their image. These beings, according to the Epic of Atrahasis, decided that they would make man in their image. Even the Mayans and the Aztecs, they claimed that they were some of the first people seated on Earth by the Pleiadians. Were we engaged by beings from outside of the world that came here and brought advanced technologies that to us at that time appeared to be magical?
Now that sounds more logical, because when we think about all the beings that so-called came to this earth, every one of them was like a specialty being. Like they had a certain thing. Like you'll have one being that taught motherfuckers, they taught humans things that we wasn't ready for yet. Like how to make weapons and all that stuff, how to do astrology that we wasn't ready for, all of these things, because we were down here peaceful, you know, just being ignorant and dumb and just loving each other and ain't had no wars and all that, you know, and they came down here with all they, you know, extra shit. And like you say, just thought, just the thought of, you know, good and evil.
These beings were not the creators of the universe because they said they weren't. They said they had to answer to somebody even higher than them. In that case, who were they? What were they?
So, of course, if they got a high answer to something higher, what they would have to answer to is probably the divine light. Because the divine light is the thought, you know. The thought would create the perfect being, right? Which was the perfect human. That's what the divine light created, the perfect human. So it ain't say that it put the perfect human on Earth, because Earth is the place of where the divine light hid her deepest thought. Y'all got it. Y'all keeping up. The first thought was man, woman, and child. Divine light. That's what y'all would call God, right? So when they created the perfect being, you got a motherfucker coming to this earth. Supposed to be the perfect being, but you could come down here and make another being that's not the perfect being, that's made of flesh, that's made of all the darkness, lust, mass, all the shit that, you know, that would be, you know, down here in this little sector. We down here in hell pretty much. How y'all feel being in hell? Shit. These folks just telling you pretty much in hell. It ain't that bad though. They got air conditioning. For right now.
Hi, I'm Billy Carson. Join me in this grand odyssey of discovery, a quest to traverse the boundless realm of history and mystery as we seek to uncover truths of the Anunnaki. We'll embark on a monumental journey as we venture deep into the heart of the Anunnaki enigma, where these celestial creators may have sculpted the very fabric of our existence. This series is more than just a documentary. It is a synthesis of historical analysis, scientific rigor, and boundless imagination. Together, these elements weave a narrative rich in detail and wonder, aiming to offer a captivating perspective on the Anunnakis and their enduring mark on humankind and planet Earth. The Epic of Gilgamesh is an ancient Mesopotamian poem that follows the adventures of Gilgamesh, who was a half human, half Anunnaki. He was the heroic king of Uruk, and when he was alive, he sought to find the meaning of immortality.
Yeah, don't that look like the Nimrod dude?
The epic explores themes of friendship, the human condition, and the quest for eternal life. Primarily, Gilgamesh's friendship with his friend Enkidu and his subsequent journey after Enkidu's death. The amazing thing about Enkidu is that he was fashioned by the gods. Enlil actually wanted to create a partner for Gilgamesh to go on this journey. So he decreed that he would fashion an actual man for him to have a friend. And they went on this amazing journey together. Enkidu was said to be just as big and just as strong as Gilgamesh. So
this AI can forecast U.S. stock.
Well, damn.
And they were both extremely strong. Except Gilgamesh was
I bet this motherfucker got a whole line right here.
born from a mother.
And you can see the dreadlocks. See the dreads?
Science, and they were both extremely strong. Except Gilgamesh was born from a mother's womb, and Enkidu was born in the wilderness without a woman. The Epic of Gilgamesh is just as important today as it was when it was written over 4,000 years ago. And it's important to understand that there's only one guardian of the constellation of Taurus, and that's the Pleiades. The Pleiades is known as the Seven Sisters, 7 stars visible in the sky that reside right above Taurus. From this elevated position, the Pleiades could watch over the constellation of Taurus and protect it. Therefore, if Taurus were to be attacked, the Pleiades had to be dealt with first.
So wouldn't that kind of be like, damn, nah, that shit just beyond our motherfucking, that's mind blowing. But when you look up in the stars, man, you do see some shit like that. I don't know if they fucking with us or not. When I be looking up there, man, I do be seeing like the lined up stars. Them shits be lined up.
The Taurus was there, but it was behind the Pleiades. And Orion was also there, which was owned by Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, in this metaphor, was set to attack the Pleiades, but he had to go through Orion. When you look at the Native American lore, and also even the Mayans and the Aztecs, you discover something very interesting. They all have a very similar story. They claim that they were some of the first people seated on Earth by the Pleiadians. What's even more interesting is, when you go down into Australia and talk with the Aboriginal elders, their star lore has a very similar story, and they claim to be the very first people seated on this planet by the Pleiadians.
Well, damn. So they know that they came here from another planet, but that's crazy.
There's even Pleiadian hieroglyphs on a stone at Carryong 9 in Australia, which have not been deciphered as to date, but they date back about 5,000 years. So what's going on here? How can multiple cultures from around the world that had no contact with each other have the same exact story? Who was in that region of space? We're talking about the Anunnaki. Could these be the beings of old, across all ancient texts, tablets, inscriptions, and papyruses from all around the world, and that indigenous cultures honored and revered?
Because they were assigned to different nations. That's what it says in the Bible. That's what it says in all the books. They were assigned to different nations. The fallen ones, the watchers.
As gods. So, we all have one question. Who are the Anunnaki? A lot of people tend to think they might be spiritual beings. Some think they might be multidimensional beings. Others believe they may be actual physical, corporeal beings. When you look to the ancient texts and tablets, you discover there's enough circumstantial evidence that they just might be physical beings. But it doesn't rule out that they might have been spiritual beings or multidimensional beings that decided to manifest in the physical form. When you look at the accounts of them from many texts from all around the world, we have the physical evidence of what they look like according.
Folks are dying from straining on the.
Well, if they have the knowledge of, you know, of what we're learning that you could possibly get, shit, that mean that they can pretty much use their thought and correct themselves into physical beings, so, or not. Or if they're like the Nephilim, shit, their spirit's gonna be trapped on this planet anyway. According to, you know, all the books.
Ancestors. Some had African features. Some had Caucasian features. Some had Asian features. Some had indigenous American features. So we're talking about a race of people that potentially were multiracial and that may have hailed from many different star systems. As we begin to...
Now, that's interesting, y'all, because when we think about these Anunnakis, we're like, okay, that when you see one, are all of them the same? Nah, because what we're getting to understand of, they would be worshipped as gods. They were getting worshipped as gods. And then from what the text in the scriptures saying, what, there were 200 of them. Now, it was only 20 of them that they said rebelled. So if 200 came down to earth, I'll say 20 rebelled because the other ones probably left. That's a whole bunch now. A whole bunch of knowledge to drop around.
To look into the ancient texts and tablets, we discover something else. These beings, according to the Epic of Atrahasis, decided that they would make man in their image, meaning in some way we are intrinsically linked to the Anunnaki. We may be the actual offspring, or they may be our progenitors. The theory is that they orchestrated the formation of our solar system and even shaped key ancient civilizations on Earth, such as Sumerian, Egyptian, Mesoamerican, and Asian civilizations. They all can be linked to the ancient texts and tablets from around the world, and the most popular one being the Enuma Elish and the 7 tablets of creation. They tell a complete story of the origins of our solar system and even how planet Earth was formed. When you look at all of the ancient star lore, all of the indigenous cultures from all over the world say the same thing. They all say that the sun was the bringer of life, and that when the moon would rise, they would head into the underworld. Some call it Zilbaba. So we see this dichotomy between all cultures. Yin and yang, good and evil, day and night. Some call the Anunnaki the primordial beings that created all life in the entire universe. The tablets lead to a little bit of a clue as to what may have happened. When we look into these
I probably should.
Hey, y'all know what I just thought about? You know, that light might be, I think that light might mean the sun. Shit. If the Most High wouldn't have put that damn little ass sun right here by this earth, this would be a dark spot where there wouldn't be no humanity. And definitely wouldn't be no black people staying here. It'd just be in darkness, pure darkness. So yeah, the sun is keeping us alive.
Beings actually claim that there was a crew married to a little bit of a clue as to what may have happened. When we look into the Sumerian tablets, we discover that these Anunnaki beings actually claim that there was a creator of all. And they said that this creator of all was even higher than them, and that they would have to answer to that creator for the crimes they committed against humanity on planet Earth.
Oh shit, that's what you get.
Very interesting that they would make a statement like that, because on Earth, they were masquerading as gods with a lowercase g. They had people worshiping them as if they were gods, as if they were creators of the universe. However, we now know, because of the text left behind, that they themselves knew they were not the creators of the universe, that even they had to answer for their wrongdoings. When you look at what happened during World War II, when America went to the atolls, the islanders there had never seen anyone from outside of their island. They had never seen airplanes, military soldiers, cargo. The actual islanders said, wow, these must be gods. Look at what they have. It appeared to be advanced technology. For them, it was magic. And so when the military gave them things like pants and shirts and cargo full of spam, they worshipped the American people. And they actually tattooed USA on their chest. Not only that, they would make fake runways and use trees and branches to create artificial fighter jets. And they would sit underneath the wings and look up at the sky for hours, waiting for the sky gods to return with more spam and more supplies. So we have to look at this and say, could our world today be a result of a gigantic cargo cult? Were we engaged by beings from outside of the world that came here and brought advanced technologies that to us at that time appeared to be magical?
Yeah, I ask that question all the time. Because right now, if we had some big ass spaceship just pull out of nowhere and some big ass 9 foot, 10 foot, well, nah, I don't think that'd be a surprise no more. It has to be a big 30-foot motherfucker pull up right now for us to super be surprised. Say the moon was here first, or let there be light. Not well without the sun. Shit, that moon wouldn't do shit. The moon is here for the gravity pull.
It's quite possible that we're all part of a giant cargo cult and that we're still worshiping these beings today. We know that these beings were not the creators of the universe because they said they weren't. They said they had to answer to somebody even higher than them. In that case,
that means all of them. All of them. Even that Nimrod motherfucker that y'all celebrating December 25th. A fake God. That is not the real God. No, no, no. Any of them motherfuckers whose birthday was on December 25th, they ain't that nigga. Cut the cap. Ain't that motherfucking person that's trying to save you want you to celebrate their damn birthday. That is some ignorant ass, never mind. Celebrate your birthday. I ain't trying to take nobody's birthday away. I'm just saying.
who were they? What were they? And why were they nudging mankind in a specific direction? If we discover that these beings are written in biblical text and in other ancient religious texts are not really the creator of the universe.
Listen to what this ex-diabetic revealed before they try to sign.
Yeah, because if you ain't the creator of the universe, nobody want to hear about that. Now, I still give you the respect that you desire. Like, if you call yourself a king or you just let me know, man, I'm more powerful than you, I can fuck you up. Cool. We can all recognize that. But you ain't just going to say you just created everything. That's all we saying.
It would change the way we see ourselves in the universe. I believe that people will begin to look on the inside for answers instead of looking externally. Could it be that we're giving away our power by looking externally for answers and hoping and wishing and begging to outside deities? Or should we be traveling to inner space and working on self-reliance, working on our inner selves and seeking the answers within? Those are some of the implications that I see when people discover the truth about the Sumerian tablets and other ancient texts from around the world. The Pleiades are part of what astronomers call an open star cluster, a group of stars born around the same time. Telescopes have identified more than 800 stars in that region, though most people could only spot about 6 on a clear dark night. The Pleiades star cluster is situated in the constellation of Taurus, which is located in the second quadrant of the celestial sphere. In astronomical terms, the celestial sphere is divided into 4 quadrants, each covering 1/4 of the sky. These quadrants are designated as NQ1, NQ2, NQ3, and NQ4, with the numbering starting from the north celestial pole down to the vernal equinox. The second quadrant, NQ2, covers down to the vernal equinox. The numbering starting from the north celestial pole down to the vernal equinox. The second quadrant, NQ2, covers the sky from the vernal equinox to the summer solstice and from the celestial equator up to the north celestial pole. Given that the Pleiades is a northern hemisphere constellation and is located east of the vernal equinox point, it falls within quadrant 2. Imagine being in the Pleiadian star cluster looking back on this little blue planet we call Earth. You might even consider what type of life could live there, possibly considering creating a breakaway civilization and seeding life on planet Earth. The Pleiades cluster is often referred to as the Seven Sisters, due to a mythological association that traces back to Greek mythology.
So you're pretty much saying that, okay, there's a place out there that has a cluster of planets, And pretty much all the planets that's in that cluster of planets were like, hey man, how about we get together and everybody, y'all send something from y'all planet to go start on this other planet. So you got people that was half fish, half human, half horse, half human, half dog, half human. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna go send a little piece of our species down there. And everybody done drop little pieces of their species down here. Billions of planets. It's possible, man. All these motherfucking different kind of species, because all of them could sustain life and maybe have a conscience. Just a thought.
According to the myth, the Pleiades were the 7 daughters of the Titan Atlas, who was one of the greatest gods in the Greek pantheon. The 7 sisters' names were Maya, Electra, Taget, Alcyone, Sierra, Sterope, and Merope. The sisters' characters were said to have been transformed into stars and placed in the sky by the Anunnaki god named Zeus, the king of the gods, either to protect them from the pursuit of the hunter Orion or as a compassionate act following Atlas's punishment of being condemned to hold up the sky. This mythological story was widely known in ancient Greek culture and has been passed down through generations, becoming a staple in star lore and associated with the Pleiades. Now, what's interesting is, how can these cultures that were spread out all around the earth on different continents in different...
Now, that's a crazy-ass story. So you be like, damn, where the hell all these stories come from?
It's all right about the same story. There must be a connection here with the Anunnaki and these ancient wars. Let's take a look at some of the evidence. We have mega wars in the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita. We have incredible weapons being unleashed in the Indian Vedas. We have destruction of planets in the Enuma Elish, and we have a galactic battle in the Terra Papers. These wars were brutal, and it meant that these wars, in my opinion, actually happened because these people were separated by so much space and time, and they all come up with the same exact story. Imagine being in a region of space like the Pleiades where a war breaks out, and weapons of mass destruction are being used to destroy planets and habitable moons. If you're anywhere in that vicinity and huge chunks of debris are coming your way, it can destroy the planet or moon that you're living on. The next logical solution is to leave the planet. I personally believe that people with the ability to leave in their skyships or spaceships or whatever you want to call it, most likely fled their planets and became space refugees, looking and seeking for new planets to inhabit in different star systems so they can create breakaway civilizations. Could this be the origins of colonization? In one of the oldest Vedic texts, known as the Kritika, it references the Pleiades. It also talks about an ancient war, a very brutal conflict that originated there. And then we have the Rig Veda. The Rig Veda is one of the oldest Vedas, and the Rig Veda contains hymns that actually reference battles or conflicts between various tribes and groups, such as the Battle of the 10 Kings.
Man, that's some Star Wars shit, man. Oh, man, gold was abundant here. I don't know about no more. Man, it's some Star Wars shit.
Didn't originate on Earth. Now, they said that these people would battle inside of flying cities. It kind of, to me, alludes to a reference to a gigantic UFO or something flying in the sky. Otherwise, they wouldn't reference the cities as flying. They must have been massive. And then we have the Mahabharata, an incredible story of a celestial battle between celestial gods. We have planets being destroyed. We have moons crashing into planets. We have somebody claiming they were going to destroy an entire system. The planet Tiamat became a severe victim of this. Tiamat broke into pieces and became the asteroid belt. But one giant chunk swung away and recoalesced as the Earth, taking with it land, water, and organic material needed for life. We then have the Pyramid War. Now, this was an incredible war fought by Marduk. Who is Marduk? He's actually listed in the Jewish American Library. He's in the Torah, he's in the Talmud, and he's also in the Bible. This person is actually referenced in more ancient texts as one of the ancient Egyptian gods, Amun-Ra. He was having severe battles with his brother, Thoth, and they were so severe that Thoth's father and Marduk's father, Enki, told Thoth to leave the area and go start a new civilization in Mesoamerica, leaving Marduk to take over and rule over the land of ancient Kemet, which we now know as Egypt. During this process, he started many wars. As a matter of fact, one of his famous quotes is, "I am a jealous God, and there'll be no other gods but me." That actually made it into the biblical text. He also decreed that all people say amen to me and give thanks to me for everything. And that's where the term amen actually originates.
So this is the same story of the fallen angels, the Anunnaki. It's just told in different names, you know what I'm saying? All of these shits.
He was one of the most brutal rulers of all time. And he started so many wars, and in one of these wars, he was actually losing. In the Second Pyramid War, he decided to try to escape into his skyship. Before he left, he actually said, "I decree the riches of the land to my Ra Kam, K-A-M, which translate now in modern times to Ra Shield." Who owns and controls predominantly the most riches on planet Earth? The Rothschilds. Over time, the name transferred into the name Rothschilds, but originally it was the Ra Kam, leading all the way back to ancient Kemet. And then we have the Terra Papers. These are ancient texts that were written and left behind by the indigenous Native Americans. Papers. The Ra, he was to me and give thanks, made it into the biblical text. He also decreed that all people say amen to me and give thanks to me for everything. And that's where the term amen actually originates. He was one of the most brutal rulers of all time. And he started so many wars. And in one of these wars, he was actually losing. In the Second Pyramid War, he decided to try to escape into his skyship. Before he left, he actually said, "I decree the riches of the land to my Ra Kam, K-A-M, which translate now in modern times to Ra Shield." Who owns and controls predominantly the most riches on planet Earth? The Rothschilds. Over time, the name transferred into the name Rothschilds, but originally it was the Ra Kam, leading all the way back to ancient Kemet. And then we have the Terra Papers. These are ancient texts that were written and left behind by the indigenous Native Americans. In their star lore, they talk about the creation of life on many planets in many star systems, including Orion.
If you can't balance on one foot.
Oh, shit. Man, these motherfuckers trying to say we got damn aliens. See, this is why my dumb ass still stuck on planet Earth right now, because we so damn ignorant.
They also talk about the uprising of a huge galactic war that spanned the entire galaxy. The Terra Papers read just like a Star Wars epic. Matter of fact, is it possible that George Lucas got his ideas from the Terra Papers? Scholars believe.
Yeah, that's crazy, because when you see like I said, this shit sound like Star Wars.
That the story of the fall of Atlantis was simply a myth created by Plato to teach a moral lesson, and that the island actually never existed. But Plato described Atlantis as a powerful, advanced island kingdom located at the Pillars of Hercules, which we now know are the Straits of Gibraltar. According to Plato's dialogue, the Timaeus and the Critias, Atlantis was a naval power that conquered many parts of the Western Europe and as well as Africa, more than 9,000 years before that ever existed. But Plato described it as a war that spanned the entire galaxy. The Terra Papers read just like a Star Wars epic. Matter of fact, is it possible that George Lucas got his ideas from the Terra Papers? Scholars believe that the story of the fall of Atlantis was simply a myth created by Plato to teach a moral lesson, and that the island actually never existed. But Plato described Atlantis as a powerful, advanced island kingdom located at the Pillars of Hercules, which we now know are the Straits of Gibraltar. According to Plato's dialogue, the Timaeus and the Critias, Atlantis was a naval power that conquered many parts of the Western Europe and as well as Africa, more than 9,000 years before its own time. The island was said to be larger than Asia Minor and Libya combined. Atlantis was depicted as a paradise of sorts, with a highly structured society, advanced technology, and abundance of natural resources. The capital city was ranged in concentric circles of land and water, with a formidable central island connected to the sea by a canal. The land was rich, allowing for the cultivation of many crops and the maintenance of a luxurious lifestyle of its inhabitants. The Atlanteans were described as a powerful and noble race, but their eventual decline was attributed to their moral degradation. Plato tells us that their divine protection was withdrawn, leading to their defeat by the Athenians and the eventual collapse of Atlantis into the Atlantic Ocean as a result of earthquakes and floods. We have to look at the entire planet as a whole. We know that
That kind of sound like the Great Flood came through, fucked all that up. Yeah, that sound like what they had going on, like they were saying after the before the Great Flood.
Atlantis was a ring city between America and Africa, somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. However, when you look at all the physical evidence left behind by our ancient ancestors, you see these ties to Atlantis globally.
We found stone tools, predominantly lithic stone tools, but one of the sites has several hundred submerged stone artifacts.
In 2020, I traveled down to Australia. I went down there to meet some Aboriginal elders. I actually went for a walkabout. I went looking for the god. Amazing site in the middle of the outback that have a depiction of Australia. I went down there to meet some Aboriginal elders. I actually went for a walkabout. I went looking for the Gosford glyphs, which is an amazing site in the middle of the outback that have a depiction of the actual Pleiades. Not only a depiction of the Pleiades on land, but even a wall which actually has what they say are Pleiadian hieroglyphs. And these glyphs have not been deciphered to date. These Aboriginal elders also told me their verbal handed down history tell them that they were the first seated people on this planet by the Pleiadians. And then they go on to tell me that even prior to them, there was another race that existed here in a place called Lemuria, which is off the coast of Australia, and it was an island city of people of really highly advanced spiritual nature. They had telekinesis, psychic abilities, and full use of all their mental capacity. This civilization, according to them, lasted for thousands of years, and eventually a collapse of the energetic grid from Lemuria, and it sunk into the ocean. Is this more evidence of some type of war that continues to happen between Pleiadians and other races of people? We see that since Earth potentially is Atlantis that had multiple capitals on it, we also see that there are anomalies in Mars, Cydonia, and we know that Mars was called the god of war. So all of a sudden, we keep seeing this track record of war appearing throughout even our solar system, and Atlanteans appearing throughout our solar system. We even have evidence from Mars soil data that tells us there's xenon in the soil. Not just any type of xenon, weapons-grade xenon. And xenon is a byproduct of what? Nuclear warfare. There's even xenon in the atmosphere of abundant amounts, leading us to believe, again, that there was some type of ancient war right here in our solar system, all leading back to the Pleiades. Also, we find evidence of war inside the Norse runes. We found runes writing inside of one of the shafts of the Bosnian pyramid located in modern-day Bosnia. There's an entire valley of pyramids there covered by the jungle. One day someone said, this shape doesn't look like a regular hill or a mountain, and began to dig, and at the base discovered it was made of megalithic stones. That is now called the Pyramid of the Sun. Underneath the Pyramid of the Sun, there are these shafts, these perfectly square shafts that connect to all the pyramids in this humongous valley in Europe at Bosnia. And then they found something called the K2 megalith inside of one of these shafts. Now, the K2 megalith is this massive crystal sitting inside of one of these shafts underneath the Pyramid of the Sun. And on this giant crystal, there's writing. Not just any writing, writing in runes.
Man, who was crazy enough to, you realize that you done dug in here a little bit and there's a damn temple down here. I mean, not a temple, but a pyramid, right? Who was crazy enough to start going inside there and just walking around and all type of shit like that? Hell nah. I would have been like, yeah. I tell y'all where it's at. Nah, yeah. Man, I'm talking about, boy, white folk, boy, they'll go anywhere and try to find some shit out.
The writing says, we must stand in defense until we can open the Stargate. Now, why on earth would somebody write this on a giant crystal underneath a megalithic pyramid thousands of years ago?
Hell yeah, why would they write some shit like that? The hell that's all about?
Again, in my opinion, more evidence leading to the fact that we had some advanced high technology and we also had the capability of opening up portals and stargates.
Ain't no we, they. Talking about we. That's them. Them folks know what the fuck they got going on. We ain't got nothing to do with that. You dumb motherfucker. We ain't did none of that.
Is it possible that this is more evidence of an ancient war between the Athenians and the Atlanteans tried to escape to the nearest portal in the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun? There's an actual study called archaeoastronomy. We begin to study the link between actual physical sites on Earth and stars in space, even space anomalies. And in this field of research, we begin to discover a lot of amazing links to the Pleiades right here on Earth. You can see actual physical alignments to the Pleiades at Abu Simbel pyramids located in Egypt, Stonehenge in the UK, Tikal in Guatemala, Pueblo Bonito in Mexico, Lakota Star Map in the Americas, the Choquilla Mound in the United States and Illinois, the Gilgamesh Tablet located in Mesopotamia, which is now modern-day Iraq, Chaco Canyon in New Mexico, Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, the Gosford Glyphs in Australia, and even in Cydonia on Mars. They all depict the Pleiades, a physical representation on the ground of a star system that's 444 light years away. 444. In ancient cultures, 444 represented revolution, as in war. If you look in the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verses 7 through 9, there's a passage that talks about an explicit war in heaven. It describes a battle where Michael and his angels are fighting against the dragon and his army. The dragon and his army are defeated and then they're thrown down to earth. This is eerily similar to some other accounts that we've heard from around the world from different cultures talking about an amazing war in the heavens and some of the people that lost that war coming down here to planet Earth. And could it be that the beings that fell are the Anunnaki? We now have to also look at more circumstantial evidence. Let's look at artifacts. There are literally dozens of Sumerian cylinder scrolls from all around the region of Mesopotamia, which is now modern-day Iraq, that literally depict the Pleiades. As well as North and South America, there are dozens of artifacts just in the Americas alone that also depict the Pleiades. And don't forget about Europe. What's amazing is all of these scriptures, papyruses, and cylinder scrolls, and even locations on land that depict the Pleiades as a point of origin, connect us to the Anunnaki, to wars, and even the direct connection to life on Earth. This is eerily similar to some other accounts that we've heard from around the world from different cultures, no matter what language, are talking about the Pleiades.
Every one of them say the same shit. Every one of them say the same shit. Except for they put it in the Bible and they try to make it, you know, they dress it up all good. And you're following them. And I think they're fighting with other motherfucking beings. Hell, we got to get into the reptilians and all that shit there too here. But the Anunnaki, this shit, they look like, I guess they look like me and you. But like you say, once they died, once they went into the sons of men, I mean, damn, not the men. The daughters of men, and they had children, which were giants, and they died. Only thing they left was the spirit. So that's what we're dealing with. Spirits that have been here for millions of years, like how he pointed out the Rothschilds and the DuPonts and, you know, all of those top bloodlines. That's why they're so important, because they're spirits of the fallen ones, the Anunnaki and all that shit there. They're the kings over their land.
It even affects our modern day culture. If you begin to look at the company called Subaru, they have an actual depiction of the Pleiades on their current logo. And when you look at the word Subaru itself, you begin to realize that Subaru means Pleiades. Why would they use the name Subaru for a company? Well, they understood that they were going to merge the company. They actually had two individual companies in Japan that were coming together. In Pleiades, the ancient term is coming together or cluster. And because of that, they decided to name their company after the Pleiades star cluster. So we're looking at an amazing influence on our modern culture in a corporation by the Pleiades. Even in ancient Egypt, we find that they have text that talks about the Pleiades. They call the Pleiades Chu, C-H-U, represented by the sky goddess Net or Neith. Now, Net is a sky goddess that's been associated with war and wisdom, and is often depicted with a line of stars across her back. Could that be a coincidence? If we look at the Mesopotamian records, we find that the ancient Mesopotamian, which is now modern-day Iraq, they actually have a depiction or text leading back to the Pleiades as well in many of their writings. In Sumerian and Akkadian cultures, they actually reference the Pleiades as Mulmul. While these references are primarily astrological, the significance of the Pleiades in marking times for agricultural and ritual activities could relate to periods of war or peace. With everything that we've seen about the Pleiades and the Anunnaki, we need to redefine all of human history. We must also consider the impact on religious beliefs. Many religions and doctrines will be challenged or reassessed, especially those relating to creation myths and divine intervention. This could lead to potential upheavals in religious communities. There will also be technological implications. The advanced technology possessed by the Anunnaki could revolutionize our understanding of science and life extension. There could be bigger implications. Understanding the Anunnaki could give us a reflection on human behavior. The Anunnaki might offer a mirror to human behavior and motivations, as well as amplified human traits. The insights gained could spark influence in art, literature, and popular culture, inspiring works and ideas rooted in ancient mythology and ideas still relevant today. And finally, the Anunnaki and their ancient secrets revealed could prepare us for future contact with extraterrestrial civilizations.
Man. Shout out to Dr. Ben Carlson, man. If y'all want to check that video out, I'll drop it in the chat. Man, Dr. Ben Carlson, man, he damn sure did it. He did his thing on that. So I just figured I'll at least react to a video of his. What time it is? I guess it's motherfucking Christmas time. Motherfucking Christmas time. I got 22 of y'all in here on motherfucking Christmas Day. So, I guess I could save a part 2 for a little later, man. I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here, and I'm hungry, so I'm gonna get off and let y'all enjoy y'all motherfucking Christmas. It's 11:10 now. Yeah, it's 12 o'clock here. It's 12:11 here. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get off for right now. I might come back. I don't know, but I think that's enough for right now. I'll finish up the rest of my videos. I'll be looking out for some more videos or whatever. I definitely got a lot of them that I wanted to share with y'all, and I think with some good points. I'm definitely gonna use a lot of Dr. Ben Carson's videos to react to. I like reacting to his videos because he make a lot of great points, and I think he's very credible. So even this guy here, though, this guy Morgan Fisher, I've heard him challenge Dr. Ben Carson, so I like it when people challenge, words or whatever. So, hey, I want to hear I like to hear the perspective from everybody, especially when they're breaking down these religious texts. I search for the truth, so hell, I ain't really religious like that, but I do like to hear, things when it comes to the purpose of life, and if when it comes to spiritual nature and all that, we all do know that we be hearing some voices in our heads and all that stuff. We do have intuition. You can't deny that you have intuition. You can't deny that you have different feelings or how you feel at certain times, and how you feel when people are around you, when certain people are not around you. You can't deny a lot of stuff, you know what I'm saying? So you can try to minimize it, but at a point in your life you start realizing that you shouldn't be minimizing something that you should be understanding a little bit more of. So I don't know. I just thought that y'all maybe want to kick it and figure out some of the stuff I be watching. But I'm going to let y'all get up out of here. Y'all go celebrate y'all motherfucking Christmas. Say General said he challenged Bill Carson too. Yeah. So, hell, like I said, you just take everything people say with a grain of salt, man. Do your own research. If somebody tell you some shit, I ain't telling you to follow every damn thing they say. I'm saying, hey, they might have a point here. Go check them out, man. Go research that. Yeah, you might see something that they didn't see. So that's what it's called, free thinking. I mean, we all got to learn some type of way, right? So ain't nobody always got to be wrong. Just try to figure out what's right. We'll figure it out. Until then, is to the streets. I'm about to be out y'all area. Y'all go celebrate your motherfucking Christmas.